From shadows deep, a whisper starts to bloom, a tiny spark defying all the gloom. They said we were too small, too weak to rise, ignored the fire burning in our eyes. But every root we set, a promise made, a silent strength that never will evade.
Across the field, forever standing tall, planets every fear. We will rise, the phoenix will rise. Our triumph echoes, reaching for the sky. Unstoppable born, eternally we fly.
Bryan is innocent. Bryan has been essentially convicted in the media. He has a right to have this information withheld, brought out in public, so that people can see it's not this neat little package. So people can start to wonder if Bryan's innocent. Your Honor, Bryan is innocent. So if I talk about things that are in the affidavit, and if I talk about things that we're seeking that the state wants to hide, I think that's fair game for the public to hear.
Good morning, you nesters. Hello and welcome to our 6-hour live. the IDAHO4 House of Cards. I am so happy to be here. It has been a wild month of May. We're going to recap today with a 6-hour live. Yes, occasionally I do host 6-hour lives. I've done a 12-hour marathon before too, but today is going to be 6. So pop in and out when you can. On the hour, every hour is going to be a different topic of subject. We're going to be looking at some videos. We're going to be reviewing some things, and we're going to spend some time together. So if you have errands to run, if you have family to take care of, don't worry. Just come back, speed it up on 2x. You can catch up at any time. And remember, this community comes together to find one common goal, and that is to find the truth. So welcome all of you in. I'm going to put your comments on the stream. If you haven't yet, hit the thumbs up button. Remember, we have our website, Justice for All. I'm going to be adding to that today some new videos, some new information. And if you did not review last night with us, go back and watch the replay we put up. And we went live impromptu, and we actually looked at 20 plus documents. I went and downloaded all those documents, started looking at them, and that was 20 plus new court documents that were released last night. So welcome in. Hey, Critter, good to see you. Dina, welcome in. Monique, welcome in. And Nona Ryan, Peony. Wow, we've got a lot of OGs and a lot of new people. Jane Kendall, 3049, welcome in. Lulu Bell, good to see you. Yes, we do have the trendiest mods, and thank you for that. I mean, you called the trendiest mods how many months ago? Wow. You are spot on. Good morning, no talkie before coffee. As you could tell, I have had no coffee today, but I will be getting some on a break. At the 50 mark of each hour, we will take a 3 to 5 minute break so I can grab me some. I think I'm going to get some hot tea this morning with some honey. Welcome in, everyone. Donna Rosa, good to see you. Good to see everyone here. And we have a new person in the hive. First time heard from a friend. Oh, Lola Garcia. I know who that is. Okay, cool. Welcome in, Red Cersei 007. Is that like a James Bond thing? I like it. Caleb, good morning. Yeah, so pop in and out whenever you want. We're going to have some fireballs. We're recapping the whole month. You did your homework. Whoop, whoop. I bet you are ready, right? So the other day I gave the nest some homework to do on a live, and it was very interesting. We actually, let me do this before we start. We actually were talking about a case, the murder of Mary Yoder. And in this case, there was, in fact, an individual. And let me just grab my notes and let me grab that real quick because I want to bring it up. Let me just do this. Hold on one second. And where'd it go? Where did it go? Here it is. Okay. So this was the case of Little Miss Innocent. It was on Hulu. And Nona Ryan just said, I did my homework. Okay, great. Because if no one had a chance to watch it, we're going to revise and listen to it Monday. But here's the thing. Mary Yoder was a chiropractor with her husband, who was a chiropractor in a little tiny town in New York. Really quiet, good, peaceful people. And she dies within a matter of 2 days. And I mean, I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give any spoilers away. But what did you guys think of what happened at the end of the series? It was just 3 simple, I think they were less than an hour. And this girl, holy moly, the digital evidence adds up. Everything adds up, in my opinion, that she did this. And because of one technicality, they gave her a retrial and they released her from prison. Did you guys all watch that series? Drop a 1 if you did. I was dumbfounded why the state did not. They had a key witness that could describe her on the phone to a T, who ordered some poison, and poisoned is what killed Mary Yoder. Just in a matter of 48 hours, ruined her insides of her organs, and she just fell over and died. So it is absolutely wild how all the digital evidence in this case was accumulated. The ordering of the poison, the digital data forensics that showed that it was her phone. And she did all this, and she tried to say in her first trial, tried to say that the husband did it. That's what the defense was. And in the second one, she basically blamed the son, who she did date, and they did have a falling out. They did break up, and there were some other people in her life that she did date that were witnesses that basically said this girl was psycho, and all she wanted to do was have a family and get married. That was her end goal. I didn't think it was Adam. I think she did it. If you watched any of her behaviors, if you watched any of how she talked, in my humble opinion, and I am no expert, I think this girl had multiple personalities. She was a little off. She added and embellished some of her answers. She included all kinds of things that really didn't matter. I think so too. Here you go, Red Cersei just said it too. I started, but you guys have got to watch this. It sounds almost like the IDAHO4 case, but just the opposite for Bryan Kohberger. Absolutely. Does this sound like Dr. James' unexplained timely passing? Yeah, Dr. James' yep. And it's wild. My brother was killed and nobody was recovered yesterday in the Nippon Mill explosion. 11 people dead, 2 haven't been found. Grammy Tammy, I am so sorry for your loss. I heard about that last night. I was watching the news. My husband had something on. They told me, and I looked, and it looked like it just collapsed, exploded, imploded. I am so sorry for your loss, Grammy Tammy. You will be in my prayers. I know a lot of people here come here to support other members, and we will be definitely praying for that. 900,000 gallons of white liquor. It was sodium hydroxide and sodium sulfide solution. It's used in paper and pulp processing. It's a mill. It's a paper mill. It is horrific. And they're still looking for 2 other individuals that haven't been found. I am so sorry. My heart breaks. So 7 bodies have been recovered and 2 still remain missing as of yesterday night. They do say the environmental impact that the water is safe to drink. And I guess you take your risk. I would drink bottled water or get some water from those little outlets. We are praying for you. Yes, they all melted. Oh, I'm sorry. We are so sorry. And you can see the love from the chat. Wow, I know that's heavy on your heart. And we'll just ask for prayers of peace and for your family at this time. Absolutely. May your loved ones be with you. So this show was really wild to the fact that they had all this evidence built against her. She admitted that she wrote an anonymous note, and that kind of sealed her fate. And I think she actually did it. And now she is free and walks among us. And unfortunately, there is no way to, there's no way. I mean, she could be your neighbor, and all she was hoping for was to get married one day and have babies. And that's a scary freaking thought. If she poisoned someone, allegedly, it is horrific. It is horrific because a jilted lover, I mean, you've seen what happened to Gypsy Rose, right? And her mother. Awful. Just awful. And she took a plea deal. She knew what she did. She participated. She took a plea deal. And now she walks among us. And now she's having crash outs. You know? They are all sending you love, Grammy, Tammy. We are all praying for you. So everyone in that area, pray for Grammy Tammy. That is in the Longview, Washington area. That is just wild. So we'll just have a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives. And if you have not heard about it, I'll just throw it up on the screen real quick so that you can actually see this.
Good evening, everyone. David Mulco with you on this Tuesday. If you are just joining us, we're continuing to follow breaking news and tragedy in Longview, where a chemical tank imploded this morning at a pulp and paper mill. Drone video showing the damage at the Nippon Dynawave packaging facility along the Columbia this evening.
Guys, look at the power of that explosion. Look at the truck that's probably at least 100 feet away. Look at the damage that this has created. I can't imagine being anywhere near around there. And this explosion just, I'm at a loss for words.
9 people remain accounted for. 9 people injured, with one person, a father and grandfather, confirmed dead. We expect to hear from the governor and other officials in the next few minutes. While we wait for them, let's catch you up here. Authorities say the tank held about 900,000 gallons. That's more than one Olympic-sized swimming pool of a chemical they describe as highly caustic. I understand the governor is getting underway here. Let's listen in.
Fire Chief with Cowlitz 2 Fire Rescue. First and foremost, our thoughts remain with the victims, their families, co-workers, and everyone impacted by today's tragic events. I want to provide an incident overview. At approximately 7:15 this morning, emergency responders were dispatched to the Nippon Dynawave packaging following the rupture of a tank containing white liquor. That is a chemical utilized in the paper making process. Due to the scale of the incident, agencies throughout the region responded immediately and continued coordinated operations on site. This is a large, unified response involving the Longview Fire Department, Cowlitz 2 Fire Rescue, law enforcement, hazardous materials, medics, ambulance personnel, state agencies, federal facility personnel, and many additional partners, many of which are behind me here, along with our political team. Incidents of this magnitude require extensive coordination, and that coordination remains ongoing. We stated this earlier this morning, and I want to reiterate it here now. At this time, we state there's no direct threat to the surrounding community. Again, there is no threat to the surrounding community. Operational challenges. The recovery and stabilization efforts remain extremely complex due to the ongoing hazards. Earlier this morning, I mentioned that there was a roughly 80,000 gallon tank. That information has been modified, and it is now approximately a 900,000 gallon tank.
Wow, that's a big difference, folks.
Of that white liquor process. After evaluations midday, we believe that there could be a potential of 90,000 gallons remaining in that tank. The tank remains unstable, creating a dangerous situation for our personnel, which has created our additional planning. Crews are actively assessing the structural integrity of that tank and working on plans to stabilize that tank before additional recovery operations can safely proceed. Those are the situations and limitations that impact our access to the portions of the facility. Now I'm going to turn this over to Battalion Chief Matt Amos with the Longview Fire Department.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thanks for being here. My name is Matt Amos, Mattamos. I'm the battalion chief for the Longview Fire Department. I have some updates on victim information. Today's incident resulted in multiple critical injuries and fatalities. Emergency responders have confirmed that 10 individuals were transported to area hospitals. 8 were employee injuries. 1 was a firefighter injury, and we have 1 fatality. Officials can also confirm that there's currently 9 employees who remain unaccounted for. The recovery operations, they remain focused on safely accessing all affected areas of the facility, recovering victims, and supporting impacted families while ensuring responder safety. Due to the instability of the site, some areas remain inaccessible at this time. All impacted families have been notified as of a couple hours ago. Responder safety, 1 firefighter sustained injuries during the response operations and has since been treated and released. Safety remains a top priority for everyone operating at this scene. The current operations, numerous local, regional, and state agencies continue coordinating response and recovery efforts alongside facility personnel. Due to ongoing safety concerns, recovery efforts will resume tomorrow once conditions allow crews to safely continue operations. In closing, this has been an incredibly difficult day for our community and for everyone involved. We appreciate the professionalism and dedication of the responders working this incident under very challenging conditions. We also appreciate the patience and support of the community as operations continue. We ask that the public continue to stay clear of the area, including the surrounding dikes and ditches from Prudential Boulevard to Washington Way. We will have updates tomorrow by 10 a.m., March 27th. At this time, I'd like to transition to Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson.
So this is actually Longview, Washington, and this was the paper mill that exploded. This is obviously old, but this is when the governor spoke on the first day.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. It's difficult always to find the words at a time like this, and as you've heard already from previous speakers, our thoughts and our prayers are with everybody impacted by this tragedy. So on behalf of the people of the state of Washington, I want all those individuals to know that we stand with you. We'll be here to do everything we can to help with the situation, and we'll be here as long as it takes. We also deeply appreciate the first responders and their tremendous work that they're doing and have been doing to deal with an extremely, extremely challenging situation. The main thing I want to emphasize is how much I appreciate, and I want the public to know, the extensive coordination that's going on at all levels of government with many partners, local, state, federal, and many other partners. We just came from very lengthy briefing and conversation from those partners. We were in a room together having a conversation, which is deeply helpful for me. And I want to share a few things that we're doing at the state level to assist with that cooperation. But again, I want the public to know everybody's working very hard together in full cooperation, which will help us get through this challenging time. So the state has mobilized to help. Our emergency management division has been in constant contact with local responders and offering support. We've mobilized the Washington National Guard Civil Support Team, which is now on site. They will assist, for example, the Department of Ecology with air monitoring.
Okay, so you can see the full version of that if you want. You can go to YouTube, type in the paper mill explosion, and we are definitely praying for you, Grammy Tammy and Dale Miller. I hope and pray they find the last 2 and they will be able to clear that scene. And I don't know what they would do with the rest of the material that's in there, but it seems like when it exploded or imploded, it seems like some of that got trapped in there, and hopefully they will have, a way to get that liqueur out of there, because I believe what I was reading, it is actually corrosive chemicals. And that's kind of scary because that was a major chemical tank. And Grammy Tammy says that they have been having problems, or something has been allegedly wrong with that for over 35 years. And Obviously, they must have known something about it. So I hope and pray that those families do get justice. We should work in facilities that are safe. And if they ignored these things happening for 35 years, then we know who's to point the finger at and say something was wrong. You should have made sure. Yeah, paper mills are very toxic. I mean, have you ever looked at the places that make toilet paper? I mean, honestly, on a side note, I have to use unscented toilet paper or else I get irritated no matter what. And it's not cheap. It is not cheap, guys. There is so much toxicity around us. Make sure that's a PSA to check your toilet paper tonight. Flip it over. If it's scented, think twice about using it, especially if you have sensitivities to many chemicals out there in our environment. So that's a little PSA for you. We're going to get on and with the IDAHO4, Grammy Tammy, our thoughts and our prayers are with you. Just wanted to give a little bit of information on that for those tuning in that have no idea what we're talking about. So that is what we're talking about. It's corrosive and heated at 300 degrees. That's crazy. That is wild. The union is helping with funerals, but the company has not reached out to any of the families. Well, I pray that they do the right thing in this situation. I do. I hope they do. And OSHA, yeah, I'm sure that they're in trouble. All right. So let's get into it. So I have a picture up here for our 6-hour stream, the jacks. And, I use the jacks for this stream because I labeled it the IDAHO4 House of Cards. And that narrative is finally, slowly but surely, waking people up. And this narrative is starting to collapse. The House of Cards is coming down. It totally 100%. The House of Cards started coming down when Ann Taylor filed all those motions. Some of those motions we've been listening to the last few days. And if you were live with us late night, impromptu, you saw some of those motions for the defense being filed and why they were filed. And their list for people from what I showed you last night in the DNA under Maddie Mogen's fingernails. And I'm wondering if this is the 4 suspects that they listed as alternative perpetrators. What do y'all think? Drop a 1 if you think that Ann Taylor listed these 4 individuals as alternative perpetrators. What do you think? Last night I showed it. I'll put it back up on the screen. Let me grab it real quick. And this was the 4 DNA responses for the lab underneath Maddie Mogen's fingernails. The lab reported a series of LRs. We went over what LRs are. From 13.1 were fingernails. Jack DeCour, Cole Berenberg, Xana Carnoodle, and Bethany Funk. However, there was another lab report benchmarked against Ethan, and his DNA was very high. It was very suspicious, and they still marked it inconclusive for his DNA. So they did exclude Dylan Cruz, John Showalter, but Jack, Cole, Ethan, Xana, and Bethany, they left out Ethan. They left out Ethan in this, but they left Jack, Cole, Xana, and Bethany, which I thought was a little odd. I don't know if anybody caught that. So, absolutely. I'm seeing a 1. I believe that's probably the alternative for perpetrators. And, Judge Hippler said, nope. They had to be gotten there arrived there via a vehicle. So I think the narrative is falling apart. The structure is collapsing with all the new details and documents that were released. Ineffective assistance claims were made by Ann Taylor in court, setting the stage for a possible ineffective counsel. Even though Kohberger did admit in court that he had effective counsel, I think at the time all these documents will show, and the closeness to the plea deal, that maybe there was, hypothetically, not good counsel. Missing evidence discussions, we'll talk about those. We'll talk about the timeline inconsistencies, but the Jacks in this case, there's one missing answer. There's one missing answer. See, because everywhere in a game of cards, there's a wild card. And that wild card is every investigation has one detail nobody's paying attention to. What, in your humble opinion, do you think that one detail in the Idaho 4 case that sticks out? What one detail do you think that maybe they're not talking about, they shied away from? Drop your thoughts below. Is it unknown DNA? Is it the hair evidence? Is it the L5, L6 fingerprints that I believe the experts did specify on there that Bethany Hunter and Emily Allant couldn't be excluded in some of the portions because of ridge detail, and that is the back sliding door bloody fingerprints? Or would it be the Apple Watch that we've talked about in the month of May? Or could it even be the Linda Lane footage? The Linda Lane footage is getting wild, folks. I mean, the audio, more people are looking into the audio certain times. And obviously the 1112 camera is still even being looked at today because people are catching all kinds of things. I'm going to show you a latest video. Let me show you the latest video from Only Available at Not Available. And he does a fabulous job. I've been able to talk with him before. We've exchanged some information. This is wild. If you have not seen this video of his, I'm going to have to mute it. Oh, I hate it. I can't. Hold on. Let me see. I'll play it real quick. I just might have to edit it out later. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to share that with you. All the DNA included Bethany's window bloody handprints. Unidentified DNA, untested hair and hand. I do believe that. Firm believer that Jacks were up to no good. Did they know each other before then? Because he said no, he talked with them 2 days after they started talking with the detectives. I think they might have been on foot. I agree. DNA. Main issue with MPD and the 100 years of experience was the selective collection and testing of evidence. I agree with this one. Hey, absolutely. Absolutely. I would agree. You know, I've never seen a case like this before. Never. I mean, this is just like a blatant alleged cover-up. Let's watch the video. You guys are going to be enlightened.
Is this a shower curtain with rings to hang up, just like in this example here? She has something covered under her blanket and is running over to Jagdee's house, although MPD is already there. Now she's in a hurry. Crossing the street, she looks back, wants to see if anyone has seen her, and went over to Jagdee's house at 12:14. Did she switch the shower curtain? Visible here, the white spot. Because 2 minutes later, she came back with 2 persons following her, while 3 other persons went down the street, looking behind the staircase, and went up the stairs with what it looks like a freshly new shower curtain. And it is Jagdee's house because it's the only possibility. Once she crossed the street, it's the only house there. So did she switch her own shower curtain of the 112 Kingwood house, or the shower curtain of Jagdee's house? Don't forget that they found red fluid on the entry hallway and east wall of the kitchen in Jagdee's house. Shout out to Lexi who sent me this picture. Is this a shower curtain with rings to hang up, just like in this example here? She has something covered under her.
Okay, so you kind of looked at that. Is this the girl running back and forth? I mean, it doesn't look like she has shoes on. Let me look. Does she have
blanket and is running?
Oh, yeah, she's got some slippies on. But when she
over to
runs between the
Jackie's house.
cars,
Although MPD is already there, now she's in a.
it doesn't even look like she has shoes on, but yeah, she does. She's got little slippies on. Yeah. Can you believe this? Yes, that was a fireball. Look at that. Wow, it's deep. Okay, remember the other day when I said she was running over there? I wonder if she was taking the SD card to Jack. But I had a thought. And you know, since this is a 6-hour live marathon, we're going to go over and we're going to go to Jules' YouTube. Shout out to Jules for getting all these videos. And let me pull this video up because I'm curious about something. You know, they leave in the middle of the night. And let me just take a look. My mind just went to an incident in the morning. Not this one, but it was earlier in that morning. Let me see where it is. Was it between? No, that wasn't it. Here it is. Was it 9 to 10? Shoot, we need footage for likely 3 a.m. Yeah, they left at 3:30-ish. Yeah, they're gone. I wonder if they went to the store or something. This is Jules. I wonder if they did go to the store. Hold on. When does this car return back? Remember they went to go to pick up the vehicle from the corner club? They were there at the corner club that night, guys. Per all the statements. The people who were at 1112. And then they come back with food for the guy that's there. Let me see when they come back. Hold on. Did you hear the sound of that car? Hold on. Where'd it come from? Listen to the sound of this car. $9:49. Let me write that time down. 9:49:30. Okay, so let me go back. Didn't they come back about 10 something? There's the one that leaves. Okay, hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Was it 10 a.m.? When do they come back? Let me see when this car comes back. Okay, here it is. Let me see. Did they go to Walmart? Maybe she is the one that Jack, Maddie, and Kaylee knew from high school. Absolutely. I believe it might be. Yeah, definitely thumbs up. This is when they come back. Hold on. Did they go shopping? What did they bring in with them? Remember, they left early in the morning. She left to go take her friend to go pick up her car because they left it at the corner club. Is this the same girl that runs across the road? Yep. She's got the sweatshirt on, doesn't she? No? She's got different slippers on. Maybe it's the girl that comes in. Hold on. Is that the same girl? Kappa Alpha? Hold on, let me see. The other one I thought pulled up behind her. Or that's at a different time. This is a different girl then. The other ones come in together. There's that truck. This car pulls in. Hold on, let me see who this is. That's the 4Runner. And when does the other car pull in with the girl? The one? I thought it was around this time frame. It's when two cars are pulling in together. That's that little square car. Here. They leave to go and pick up her car. See if I can get... Here they go. They leave at 10:48. There's the guy walking the dog. So they leave at 10:48. I wonder if they go to the store. If those guys were thinking their apartment may get searched, have the girl run over and get the... Oh, so they can't find it. It is suspicious. So why did no one go back? I'm sure the law enforcement went through this. There goes that person walked back there to the trash bin. They're still waiting in the car. I have a badge, just not one from the city of Moscow. I hear you, Blackhawk. I don't know if she actually had a shower curtain. Do you guys think that looked like a shower curtain? I mean, hold on a minute. Let me go and look. What time did... So they go to the wherever to go pick up the car. Then they come back. And for a little bit of time there, there's no audio. There's the cat. And that truck shows up, obviously, and pulls in. Then they load the truck. Allegedly, this is the guy who was leaving to go into the military. That's why he was moving. Go to 1118. Guy with the dog comes back. And then let's go to the rest of the video. God, I got to go all the way back down. And that had to been 11. This is the next one, 11 to 12. So she had to have come back and then ran over to JD's. So this is the guy loading continuation. They come back. Let's see what she brings in. They both come back.
I was going to make it up the hill. I was going to make it up the hill.
They bring McDonald's back for the guy that's sleeping. When does she run over there? Well, cops are already there. Hold on. They're packing up, getting ready to go out of town. Car leaves. Truck comes in. 11:30-ish. When does she run out? It has to be when the cops are already there. So let me see if I can find it. There goes that black car again. Sounds like Bethany crying. Here come the cops. A lot of activity going on. She has to run out about now. There were 2 cop cars there when she runs out. So where is this footage? Okay, there's 2. Why does it sound like they're still inside the house if the cops are there already? Does that make sense? Now there's 3 cops. Is there another time frame? You should be able to hear. There's Gunderson. Oh, I know why. Look. Look. Here's 12 p.m. until 2 p.m., but it's silenced. This is the continuation, but this one is silenced. This is another video that they released that's silent. Holy moly. Why did they have the need to release this silent? So when does this girl run out? There's the EMS. I don't think I've looked at this footage yet. Oh, there she goes. Okay, here she is. Let's see if we can zoom in. When does she leave? There she goes running. Now they're all leaving. Hold on. Did I go too far back? Okay, here she is. Let's see if I can get her walking out the door. She had to leave. Hold on. Let me slow this down just a minute. Let me see what she's doing. Hold on. She's got a blanket. I don't know what else is under there. Maybe. We know they're friends. We know that this house gave access to JD and Olivia to the camera. What did she leave with? Come on. Remember, they can remote view this camera live. There's the two coming back. Let's see what she's got in her hands. Mold, big sales on shower curtains. When she looks back over her shoulder, that's such a tell. Absolutely. She's going to make sure she's not being watched. Okay, wait a minute. Who's that walking? There's 1, 2, 3. Who are all these people walking? There's 3 people behind him over here walking away. There's 2 here. Who were those people? Does that look like a shower curtain? It looks like a towel to me. Did she run over there to take a shower? I don't know. Did she clean? It looks like a towel, like a scalloped towel. It definitely looks like a towel. A pound of weed. That definitely looks like a towel, guys. That's a towel. Y'all, it's a towel. Look at... When she walks up, you can see the scalloped edge and you can see the bottom of the towel. You can see it. It's a towel. Why did she go get towels? She didn't walk over there with the towel. Was she the one that stayed the night over there? Three guys in the way back are leaving that area. Did they spend the night over at JD's house? Or were they just walking by to see what was going on at 1122? And how did they all come back with food? She's the one wearing the corner club. There's something about it, beige colored. 2 throw blankets. Did she go shower? Why come back with a towel? Or did they buy new towels? Oh, crap. That's a towel. That's definitely a towel. And how did these 2 come back? Did these 2 come back in the red car with food? And they parked over by JD's. They had to have another car that pulled over there. And then they came out of there. When she left and ran over there, they must have parked. Do you guys see another car come in at that time? Let me see. Let me speed this up, or else we'll be here all day. Not that I want to spend all day with you guys, but wow. Remember the missing towels. That's what I just said. Were they washed? Did someone take a shower? Did someone take a shower and then they went to go wash the towels? Did the naked man running have a towel? Who do you guys think? Let me just say this right here. Who do you guys think this alleged rumored naked man could have been? Did he have a towel? Just saying, I'm throwing it out there. We're talking about something that most people won't talk about. So she runs over there with a blanket and comes back with a towel. Does she have... No, she doesn't have gloves on. No. Let me look. No, she doesn't have gloves on. It just looks like that because obviously even the wallet and grimace hands. And you know what? Let me just say this. Video cams are so freaking sophisticated today. Okay? Security cameras are as good as the ones you pay for, meaning the higher end security cameras have better views, vision, pixels, And this video cam right here, they've blurred this releasing of this footage. They've blurred, but I guarantee you that camera is probably really good. I mean, that camera has to be so good that they've blocked out all the vehicle's license plates. All right. That camera has to be a good camera. They blurred out all their faces. Now, this is the Latah County Sheriff's Office car. All right. That looks like a sheriff's car. The other ones are police cars. So, Latah County Sheriff was there and leaves? What? Wait a minute. I have never seen this footage before. So the Latah County Sheriff's is there, goes in, and then leaves at 12:17? What? Yeah, if they can get better cameras and show us outer space, the best tech is suppressed from the public. It sure is. I guarantee you it sure is. Who are those people walking away? I have to find the so-called video of that. The naked man, I've still not seen him. Some people think it's Kai. Don't you think it's odd that Bethany's dad's name is Kai and then she's dating somebody whose name is Kai? You think that was Ethan? The Ethan was the naked man running? Yeah, the bathroom said it didn't have towels, but it did have one towel on the body cam footage that we looked at. But it was missing a lot of things that a normal bathroom would have. Maybe it's a bath rug. Ooh, that's a good one. Literally, my Ring camera can hear the neighbor arguing across the street. It is weird. They have some of the best cameras, but why is this footage? The sound is gone. Okay, so that car comes in. And it's slowing down because obviously some ruckus is going on. Just like the timed runs. Is there another car that comes in? There's this car, the suspicious car, with the guy's hand that's cut. I wonder if that was a Chicken Man. This car leaves. That Subaru. Lots of people leaving, coming and going. This car definitely hits the brakes when it sees something's going on. Car pulls in, realizes it can't go. Somebody looking around. He parks there and he's looking around to see what he can see. Another car comes in. They park all the way over there. More people coming and going, trying to see what's going on. Another car leaves. I wonder, do you remember in the early morning? Let me see who this is. Somebody went to go look. They're on the phone. Now they're running over to JD's house. Who is that guy? Let me see where he comes from. So he walks to the end of the street to see what's going on down there. He's on the phone. It's up to his ear. He's by the dumpster looking down there, and then he runs back to the house. Hold on. Who is that? He's still looking around, then he looks like he picks up some speed. And this is 12:37. What time? Let me go back to Law and Crime, or What time does JD walk over there? Let me see if they... He shows up at 12:09, so it can't be JD. 12:09 is when he shows up on Lawn Crime Video Cam. And let me see if I've got... That would be Officer Nunez. Let me see if Connor has got... So I can show you side by side. That's Noon's camera. Officer Noon's arrival. No. Here is the minute that JD pops in here at 12:09. Okay, so this is on Connor. Here's 12:09. Let me stop this. Let me put the screenshot up here and I'll show you. So that time's already passed. So this guy, whoever is looking out down 1122 and running back over to the other house, already knows that JD's over there. This is 12:09:36 body cam. This is Officer Noon's arrival, and that's on Connor's station. So you can go take a look at that. There's Connor's, and I'll give you the raw. Let me give you the link. That's where I got that video from. So that's 12:09. So we know that it can't be JD looking down and on the phone. Who was that on that phone? I wonder if it was somebody else in the house. Who visited them that weekend? Who was the visitor that weekend with JD? This guy Shirley looking down the street is on the phone with someone. They leave. That's Gunderson and Snyder walking around. They start canvassing the area. I wonder if that's why Snyder went over there, because he saw the guy. They're looking for something. Looking at cameras. He's pointing across the street. He's taking pictures. There's another undercover investigator. That's probably the state. Gunderson and him walk over that way. Snyder goes the other way over to 1127. They get back together. The state pulls back up. There they leave again. They leave again to go over there? What is going on? What are they carrying around in these bags, these fast food bags? What in the hell are they carrying around? They came back with fast food bags, but did they go to fast food? I didn't see any cars pull in. What's in those bags? She doesn't go to the trash. It's already been almost 35 minutes. Is she not eating and she's just carrying it around? Where are they going? They go across to 1119? What? Are they taking them food? Does that person live over there? And all this is redacted from sound. There's the state guy walking back. He found a parking spot. Two more people walking around. What do they got? Trash bags? They both got bags? What the hell? Are they going to the trash can? 2 trash bags. Yep, they're walking over and throwing those trash bags away. That is so weird. There's so much activity. There's the car. Now they're talking out there in front of the car. I've never gone through this footage before. One more cop pulls up. One's leaving, people coming back. A lot of activity. People asking what's going on. More people. There's the ISP Roberts shows up with Gunderson. Walking around taking pictures, asking questions. That's the guy who said he heard someone screaming and yelling at 2 a.m. Wow, this is wild. I'll go back and look at that, but that's it, Jules. Drop it in the chat for you guys. And wow, that's crazy. Go look at that one. That one's a silent movie. They released that with no sound. Interesting. All right, so let's do this. Let's take about a few minute break, and I will be right back. I'm going to go use the ladies' room to tinkle and grab me some tea, and let's take about a couple minutes, and I will be right back. Enjoy the show.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. They build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town. But every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying. It's multiplying. It's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising, calling my name. Feel the vibration, feel it deep inside. A new creation, yeah.
Okay, so we're back, and I've got some hot tea. I've got some extra water. I hope you guys grab your coffee, your snacks, your whatever. You can bounce in and out of here all day long. I'm going to be here for 6 hours. We've got the first hour covered. We reviewed the only available by not available and a little talk about the new documents that dropped last night. But my next topic for this hour on the top of the hour is the Apple Watch mystery. So we did go over on my channel a little bit about the mystery watch, the 12, I think it's 120.75 meter movement. And we talked a little bit about the flight of stairs, the upload timing at 5 a.m., and the phone dead scenarios, because I don't know if your phone dies, does the watch die? And if it did, then activity started back up at 5 o'clock. But we know that there was some activity between 2 and 5 on Dylan's phone. But we have never, ever seen those digital phone records. We've only read about it in the book, The Broken Plea. So, we talked about how many steps 120 meters are. We talked about movement that could have happened inside the house, upstairs, downstairs, bottom floor. And the importance here is the timing aspect of when all this movement takes place. And I really don't feel that technology ever tells the whole story. It tells part of the story, and then we still have to fill in the gaps. How do you feel about that Apple Watch mystery from what we went over in the Broken Plea, if you were part of the book club? And also, I'm going to share real quick some of the actual timestamps of the Apple Watch from the book. And I think this is so important too, because the sensor on the actual watch shows a couple of different things at different times. So this activity didn't happen all at once. It happened intermittently. And let me grab that screen for you so that you can actually see this. So let me just grab this and let me move this here. So I've got enough screen. All right. So look at this. All right. So this activity, and this is the Broken Plea, this activity started at 5 o'clock a.m. The activity sensor data reports Dylan's distance travel 30.77. Okay. And that was the first activity. And then you have the next activity. The data sensor reports Dylan distance traveled 3.52. That was at 8 o'clock. Okay. And then the next activity sensor shows at 9 o'clock. Activity sensor data reports Dylan's distance traveled 3.52. The same amount from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Same amount. And then nothing else is reported for her movement, although the whole correspondence of her movement is summarized. Where is it? Hold on a second. thought it gave a summary. Hold on. Thought I highlighted it. Dang it. Oh, here it is. Okay. This is the report. Dang it. I just dropped that. Here's the activity at 11 a.m. This is the full report of the distance that she traveled. So the activity sensor data reports Dylan's total samples count are 3. So that would be 1, 2, and 3. That's accurate. And then the distance traveled was 20.75. Flights climbed 2.0. Climbed 2.0 stairs. That's going up the stairs twice. So if she was on the basement floor, she climbed up once. And it doesn't specify if it was consecutive. So we don't know if she went to the 3rd floor, but it does say she climbed twice. So she went up, then down, and then up, then down. Now, I would love to know if she ever stepped foot on the 3rd floor. That would tell a lot. Right? But she did say, oh, poor Kaylee. So if her activity sensor, this whole watch boggles my mind, because remember, Steve G goes and he gives the Apple Watch back to Moscow PD because it was in Kaylee's things. And I think he knows, perhaps alleged, that that's not Kaylee's Apple Watch. And he goes and gives it back to the MPD, but not much is said in the actual reports from the MPD. We went over that. Dexter, the projector, is a heaven send. Yeah, so we can share this information. This is really important information, especially with this activity sensor. You see 3 uploads, and it all coincides to 120.75. So what is that distance on the Apple Watch? Remember, I engaged, and if you haven't seen that video, go to my repository. The Apple Watch video is out there. And I go through and I break down what all the steps are, what the movement is. And I even engaged with Apple to understand these movements, right? The activity sensor breakdown. And 120.75 is like, what was the equivalent? Let me look at my notes real quick. That is 320 steps. Is that it? 396 feet. That doesn't mean that that's 396 steps. It's just 396 feet. So that was the meters that were walked. So what would be equivalent to 396 feet? If walking, let me just ask, if walking 396 feet, how many steps would that be? That would be 198 steps. Most adults step 160 to 200 steps because people tend to turn around corners, slow down, stop and start. So that would be approximately, what size shoe do you think Dylan is, everyone? Drop it in the chat. What size shoe do you think Dylan's foot is? What size foot? Let me think. What size is Dylan? Let me see if anybody knows. Let me see. There's something about... Let me see if I can get a picture of a shoe. I thought it was a 10. So let's just use 10 as an average number. If my shoe size is a 10, how many steps? So if the shoe size is a 10, it doesn't tell us how many steps someone took, but can estimate their stride and length. So 396 feet is 15 minutes, 200 steps. 200 steps. Wow. 200 steps. So the detectives were asking how many steps on the stairs. Holy moly. Holy moly. You know what else was a size 10? Who else is a size 10? Anyone? Holy moly. Hold on. That's a size 10. A lot of guys are size 10. She's pretty tall. That's an approximate size 10 right here. Just approximate. I was just thinking that. So if she's got a size 10 foot, that's about 200 steps. 11, 11. That doesn't make sense. That definitely does not make sense. Wow. And I'll tell you why. 11 steps. I remember the detective asking how many steps that is. And I thought that was odd. They were trying to calculate her steps also. Wow. Okay, so if you look at her steps and her movement, it says she traveled 120.75 and flights climbed 2. That house was approximately, let me look at the house again. 36. $396 feet. So it says 200 steps spread over an hour looks different from 200 steps in just a few minutes. That's often where the timing analyst gets interesting. So wait a minute. If we go back and we're looking at this, I'm thinking out loud, guys. We're just thinking out loud here. If Dylan looks like she's wearing flip-flops at the cop shop. Yeah, maybe somebody let them borrow her shoes because hers were not just inside. Hold on a minute. Why is this acting funny? Hold on. Where is my cursor? Let me throw this back up here. Oh, this is very interesting. Holy cow. Well, I didn't even see this before, guys. Watch this. Let me see if I can turn this back on. Oh my goodness. Here, I'm just thinking out loud. Hold on, let me share my screen. Where'd it go? I'm still playing around with this thing, learning. I don't know where it went. I just lost it. Holy moly. That makes so much sense. Why isn't it not letting me show you this? I'm going to have to restart that. Hold on. No. Yeah, I'll use this one. Hold on. That'll work. I'll show you this one to kind of get an idea of what I'm thinking. All right. This might look funny, but I'm going to do it anyways. All right. Now, imagine what they've already told us, right? Let me see if this works. So we're reviewing Dylan's steps. And the activity sensor says that she traveled 30.77, right? 30.77. .77. And then it says that she traveled 3.52 and 3.52. So she could have went down the stairs, and 3.52 would almost be to the bathroom. But between 9 a.m. and 11 o'clock, she is gone already 30, 30, 66, 66. She has gone 142 feet in less than an hour. Wait, that would be 2 hours. That would be 2 hours. The majority of her time, let me see if I can get this up in another way. The majority of her time moved was between 9 and 11. Holy moly, I never noticed that before. Wow. Did anybody catch that? We're thinking out loud. We're thinking different. We're looking at the Apple Watch. Oh my goodness. The majority of the time traveled was between 9 and 11. If she had been out of the basement between 9 and 11, where was she? Was she still within the house, or was she somewhere else? I just noticed this on the movements. The majority of the time of movement was between 9 and 11. And that's exactly what the detectives were trying to get steps. Didn't they ask her in the interview about the steps? Let me go back and grab some of her interviews. Hold on. Who had the best interview out there? Dylan Mortensen. Was it Plunder? Let me see. Was it Plunder talking about the steps? Let me see. Sliding door, full interview. Let me see if I can. Remember, this live is impromptu. We're going to be live for 6 hours today. So let me see. It wasn't her first interview. Let me look at her second interview. Bethany about steps. Who did they ask about the steps in the house? Whose Apple Watch? Was it Bethany they asked about steps, or was it Dylan? What steps? Steps. Did they ask her about her watch? I know they asked somebody about stairs on the steps, and someone said how many they were. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that video, but the amount of steps that were made between 9 and 11 were huge. So between 9 and 11, we can go actually back on the Jules True Crime. And what was happening between 9 and 11 that morning? All that activity. all that freaking activity that you see happening all around, what was going on inside the house between 9 and 11? Any ideas, folks? Throw some ideas out there. Let's see. What were they doing between 9 and 11? Is that when cleanup occurred? Because last night on the files, it said there, oh my gosh. Wow. It said there was some cleaning company or EMS. Let me pull up that document again that I closed. Hold on. I showed you last night on our live screen. There was redacted information that was released from the court files. And this happened to be defendants' exhibits and the, hold on a minute, not the stipulation of agreement. It was the defense objections, notice of intent, no. Objection to states. Okay, hold on. That was audio video. Okay, so this was the video. Defendant's motion to limine 5. Was it limine 5? Hold on. I should probably categorize these and put these in order for you too. Maybe I'll do that. I'll catalog them tonight. And I'll add them to the website, Justice for All. So this was in regards to the rebuttal. There was a cleaning company. Do you guys remember what it was called? Holy moly. I wonder if that's when the cleanup happened between 9 and 11. Do you think it was 10 steps? No, not 10 steps. Staging. That's okay. Obviously cleanup and staging. So that was the cleanup between 9 and 11 before they called 911. It had to have been cleaning time. Yes, Michelle. It had to have been. I'm not claiming I'll have the answers, but I'm happy to help you in any way we need to support each other. Absolutely. So if that document that I showed you last night that was released, if you think about this, let's just take a step back. Let me go to the video with between 9 and 11. There's a lot of movement everywhere. It's not just the activity steps. 9 and 11, and then 12 o'clock is when they're called. So between 9 and 11, this is the video. Let's listen to the video. Let's just listen to the audio just for a few minutes. This is between 9 and 11. If cleanup was at that time, they were doing it all night. Nah, I don't think they were up. Maybe they were trying to figure out what they were going to do, but they weren't really up. That's when it happened. It had to. You see people come in and out. This is when our activity watch starts really moving. Let's see if I can share this with you. Can you guys hear that? There's a lot of movement happening in the background. People talking. You guys can't hear that? It's really faint. Yeah, you have to go to this link on your own time and then try to listen in. And then let's wait. Some cars start arriving and then the noise gets louder. Within the house. I think we talked about this before. Can you hear it? What if this happened in the morning and not at night? It sounds like the same exact audio. Listen. There's the thud. Oh my God. That could be it too. If they were waiting to make sure that they were not alive any longer. It sounds like the same thing, just at a different time. Oh my God. Oh my God, I just heard no, Steve. Hold on. Let me write down these times. When did it... The activity tracker says it started moving the fastest between 9 and 11. But we start hearing these thuds and it sounds like some struggle inside the house. 9:21. I'm going to go back and listen to this audio more. But I just dropped the link below so you can listen to it. I think we talked about this before, though, but I didn't really listen in. $9.26. Were there any police calls? Hold on. Big country news. Moscow police blotter. November 13th, 2022. Let me see what they say here. We can find anything. 13th. Okay, so that was a weapon complaint at 1 a.m. on Main Street. Controlled substance problem at 1:43 a.m. Elm Street. Banfield, alcohol offense. Theft identity. Civil calls at 8:44. McDonald's parking problem. Suspicious circumstance at the College of Law. Canine narcotics search at 11:33. D Street in Maine. And then at 11:13, that's odd. No, at 11:13, this is out of order. This is way out of order. How could you have 11:56? That should be before 11:33. 10:43. This is out of order. All this right here. This is 11:13, controlled substance problem. And this is the narcotics search. And then you have the homicide at 11:56. Nothing that morning except for right before that a narcotics search. I'm wondering if this things that make you go I wonder if something was obviously maybe cleanup and staging, because that's when her activity monitor was the highest. If I recall, there was another call that came in that night for an unconscious person at a frat. Wonder if that was Ethan. That's interesting. Whose car was that got in and sped off? So interesting. Hey, let's do this, guys. Let's take a real quick break. I'm going to put the music on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom and grab me some fresh water. I'll be right back.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness, waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. They build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town, but every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. Yeah, I got faith, it's multiplying. It's multiplying. It's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising, calling my name. Feel the vibration, feel it deep inside. A new creation, yeah, yeah.
All right, I agree. There were so many layers that weekend. So, welcome back to our 6-hour live today on the Idaho 4 recap for May. We just went over the Apple Watch mystery, talked a little bit of highlight over that, and there is a whole stream that we went over, but just connected the dots to the most of the major movement, according to the book The Broken Plea, was done between 9 and 11, which is very interesting because you hear things moving around the house. And I wonder if that was perhaps cleanup and staging time, because there was an unredacted document last night we reviewed on perhaps a cleaning company, which is really odd and strange, listed for 11/13/2022. Very strange. But this hour, we're going to talk a little bit about boring blood, DNA, and forensic questions. So some of the topics we're going to cover are L5, L6 fingerprints. We've discussed this before. Hair with the roots, possibly full DNA that was not tested, unknown male DNA, unknown female DNA, and CODIS probabilities. So let's talk facts versus assumptions. What can DNA prove? What can DNA prove, chat? Can DNA prove that somebody was at a certain location at a certain time? Can it prove that this unknown DNA, committed a crime? I want to get your thoughts on unknown DNA, because we could speculate all day long, but I like to look at the DNA records. I like to see exactly who they had as suspects. And last night, we uncovered this little golden nugget out of the documents themselves. And I know we talked a little bit of it last night, but this blew me away. And they eliminated Ethan from this, even though, unfortunately, his DNA was the most highest, and they still yet excluded him. So, when we watched Christopher Whitcomb just a few, gosh, has it already been a month? It's already been a month since his videos came out, and he was talking about a love tryst, a love triangle. I'm going to ask your feelings, chat. Who do you think today, now, everything that we've gone through, who do you think today could have possibly even be in a love triangle? Was it Bethany and JD and Kaylee? Was it possibly Dylan, Bethany, Ethan? Or was it Xana or Maddie? And how much of the Ashley Gilliard, the psychic that was awarded a $10 million judgment against her in the court of Idaho, if JD had any involvement in this crime, alleged, what if her theory was true? That would blow me away. That would be a huge fireball. DNA can prove the time you are or aren't in a place. It can prove your known whereabouts. Love triangle, you asked right. So which one do you think it was? Kaylee, Adam, and Jack? That's interesting. That is very interesting. The love triangle. I don't think Ethan and Xana were cheating in any way. But who was in the love triangle? Did Kaylee have something with Adam? Maddie told Adam everything. That's one thing I heard, I thought. Yeah, in the beginning of this, Mayor Art Bettedge said this was clearly a love triangle. It was a crime of passion. Yeah. And Christopher Whitcomb said that's not the dynamics of the house. It was actually somebody else was having, it was one of them that was a love triangle. And then in JD's interview just this week, we hear that he was actually living in the 1122 for the summer with Kaylee. And we all know that they they moved out of their respective homes in a high school to live with Olivia, Kaylee's sister. And Jack, Maddie, Kaylee, and Olivia all live together, which is so weird. I don't think Ethan and Xana were cheating on each other, but I do believe the people were trying to get between Xana and Ethan just by the comments stated about Xana and the cheating. I agree. I don't feel it was a love triangle, yet Chapin DNA under Maddie's nails. I definitely think Ethan and Xana were exclusive, and something about Jack and seeing Adam, but Jack was unaware. And that is possible. I told Adam everything. Was JD perhaps looking to get back with Kaylee? Was Kaylee just ready to move on and move out of there and start her life away from this town, away from these people? I often wondered because the DNA, the blood that we've never seen a report for at JD's house, apartment 1, we've never seen those results. So what was that blood from? And was there any bullet residue? And what was the outcome of that report? I FOIA'd those. So I'm hoping that we get some information back from ISP, because ISP has been very forthcoming with information. They have been very forthcoming. Last night we saw that Emily Allant was said to be on the phone with 911, but that's not what we were told. That's not what we were shared in a lot of the news. And one thing for sure, One thing for sure is that when you look at the players involved and you look at the court records, you have to often wonder, where did the media get this information from? Obviously, we know there was a leak, but let's listen to this video. This is the one that was released, the 911 call.
We don't know what.
Dispatching Moscow Law Ambulance.
All right. So they say that was Dylan Mortensen. That wasn't Dylan's voice.
What was going on? She sounded freaked out. I just had a gut feeling, and something in me told me that I need to just go. As soon as you get there, you know something's wrong.
I walked just right in the door when Hunter already went up. And then he was like, okay, everybody get out.
Hunter finds Xana and Ethan murdered, but he decides to shield his friends from that reality. And he tells them only that someone inside is unconscious and to call 911.
911 location emergency.
Something is happening. Something's happening in our house. We don't know what.
Dispatching Moscow Law Ambulance for unconsciousness, 1122 King Road.
Where's she at? Where's she at?
Yes.
Where at? Up here? Okay, get back.
13, I think we have a homicide. I don't think any of us were prepared for that. It's 4 young, completely innocent kids. Two college-age people appearing both to be deceased. Lots of blood.
Please start it. We're on third floor going up.
We have 2 additional deceased on the 3rd floor.
Secure the outside first. So the front door. There's a back entry. I was going to start taping it all off. Okay. Here. Can you guys go over to the dumpster for me, please?
We were just placed on the street to sit down and wait. We were all cold. We were all scared. Our brains just started to continue to spiral.
I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer when I saw the guy.
Outside, police speak to Dylan. She's distraught. She's the roommate who told police she saw a masked man in the house that night.
Describe the guy that you saw.
He was a little bit taller than me. I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit. And he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. And he didn't say anything to me, like, at all. I just shut the door and locked it because I didn't know what to do. And I think he went out, like, the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen that goes up to the backyard.
We have footprints going out the back and open door.
When we got there, that sliding glass door was left halfway open.
You go into Xana's room. What did you see?
Xana was there. She was laying on the floor. And Ethan was on the bed.
I got woken up by my friend. We'd partied pretty hard the night before. He's like, there's a ton of cops over at Xana's house. I walked over there. I didn't see Ethan outside, so I figured he was inside helping whoever needed to be helped.
It's his brother's brother this way.
Okay, do you mind hanging out here, please?
Hunter Johnson came up to me and I was like, where's Ethan and Xana? And he's like, they're not here anymore. It's like, what do you mean they're not here anymore? He's like, I think they were murdered last night.
And you're at the grocery
I was
store.
at the grocery store. And I was talking to a friend. Fine. It's okay. And my phone kept ringing, and it was Hunter on the end. And he just said he's not here, and he kept repeating it. And so I was like, well, go get him, go find him. And he just kept saying it. And he goes, no, Mom, you don't understand. Ethan and Xana are not on this earth anymore. I just was like, just no way. And I drove down the road and called Jim, and it makes it real when you have to repeat it.
It drives me crazy because I've always wanted to protect my family. And there's really nothing there that I could have done. Instantly, he was taken.
When they say instantly, what does that mean? Was Ethan honestly stabbed, OD'd, allegedly, or was he shot? Which one do you think is instantly? Because I know what you guys are saying in the comments makes sense. But this documentary is, who was leaking this information if they were under a gag order? This came out in 2025. And folks, you're not going to believe what I tell you in this one. Because here is the link for the new ABC 2026. And they've already scrubbed this from the internet. I just clicked on the link to show you a clip of it. And this is what it says. Video unavailable. Isn't that wild? Let me show you the screenshot that I have. Video unavailable. This is just bizarre. No longer available due to copyright claim by ABC companies. That was their own link. That was their own link. It is just so odd. Let's finish watching this.
We still didn't know where Kaylee and Maddie were. We didn't know where Murphy was. And then U of I sent the homicide text.
Throughout the day, the University of Idaho sent campus-wide text messages with updates on the investigation about a homicide and an unknown suspect. But at 5:17 p.m., students get a text message that says, for the first time, 4 people have been killed.
That was the moment that we knew where Kaylee and Maddie were.
What time do you think you fell asleep?
The 2 surviving roommates, Dylan and Bethany, have received a lot of criticism for not calling 911 immediately on the night of the murders. But they told police they weren't certain that what Dylan thought she saw was real.
I told her, I need to come to your room because she was the only one that was answering me. So I just ran down there, and for a second I stopped and I saw Xana passed out, and I thought maybe she was just like sleeping or something. I didn't think anything because I was so out of it, and we just fell asleep. And then we woke up this morning and no one was answering.
We understand the disbelief that she's going through. What 19-year-old kid is going to come up with and assume what actually happened was happening?
Investigators now know they're a few hours behind the killer. But as they walk into Maddie's 3rd floor bedroom, police get their first big break.
The comforter's over, the girls take the comforter off. Lo and behold, there's a knife sheath laying right there.
Now let's talk about this. They push the narrative that these young, beautiful kids were stabbed to death. Now, I just want to take a real deep breath here. Pause this, because that's the narrative that they were trying to sell the media. This was the narrative that they tried to sell about Kohberger. But what if in this house of cards, everything started to collapse when we begin to see the truth of this actual case and how involved this whole town, perhaps university, police station, were involved? The dramatization and effect of we had to pull the covers back and this is what we saw. Well, let's take a deep dive, everyone. We'll finish watching this clip and then we're going to take a deep dive into the actual crime scene photos.
They find a sheath for a KBAR style knife. There's no murder weapon, but the sheath is there.
That was definitely the first aha moment.
We have something in this house from the killer.
Four murdered students,
a panicked campus, and now the world's eyes on Moscow, Idaho.
Now to the murders of those 4 college students from the University of Idaho.
As investigators try to figure out what happened in that house on King Road.
We've told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack.
They said, oh, this was a targeted attack, nothing to worry about. And my first question was, but you don't have anybody. That means there's somebody still out there. How could we not worry?
We don't want to put our investigation in jeopardy by releasing what we have.
The investigation grew massively. We were trying to get every piece of video footage from that day, from every surveillance camera in town, captured from that night.
Right across the street from Xana's bedroom is a house. They have surveillance footage of a white Hyundai Elantra circling the house in the early morning hours of November 13th.
We quickly realized that we had this white vehicle during this time leaving at a very fast, high rate of speed.
You can see it is burning out of that neighborhood. So we believed at that point this was the vehicle of our subject. So we narrowed it down to a 2011 to 2016 Elantra. Believe it or not, when we ran Idaho registrations and just looking local, we had over 25,000.
The search to track down that car has no limits.
We are just wanting to talk to the individuals who are in that vehicle.
Investigators also have a crucial piece of evidence found at the crime scene, left behind by the killer. A sheath for a KBAR knife.
This knife sheath was found under Maddie's body in the bed.
Immediately it stood out.
Under Maddie's body in the bed. That's what he said.
Out because it was in stark contrast to the entire house.
About 4 days in, the lab came back and said they had a sole source male DNA found on the button of the knife sheath, but there was no matches in CODIS for that DNA.
Once we know we had the DNA from the sheath, then we flew that to Othram, and then they started to develop and work their part of it.
Othram is a company in which we build technology to basically bring certainty to investigations.
And then they fired him.
Forensic genetic
We saw that last night in the documents.
genealogy is a tool that we use to identify someone or find the nearest relative. So I got a call and I was asked, what is the fastest that we could produce a result? Sim was adamant we get these folks answers.
I can't imagine that being my child and knowing that there's someone out there that could help. We have to help. How fast can we get this DNA?
It was a sergeant from the Moscow Police Department who got on a plane in Boise. They flew directly to Texas and hand-delivered it to Othram.
They brought us down a tube of DNA that was remaining from that knife sheath.
That DNA extract contained a lot of DNA. It was not a trace amount of DNA. It was 500 times more DNA than we generally see in our low quantity DNA cases.
The technology at Othram is then able to build a profile that's uploaded to genealogy databases, which search for people who are connected to that unknown DNA.
In this particular case, there was a unique biogeographical ancestry that allowed us to kind of narrow the search even early on. And what we found is that there was a multi-generational American family based in Pennsylvania, genetic relatives that were related to the person we were looking for.
Is that the person that I found? Is that the person that maybe was visiting 1127 King Street that weekend? Was that a relative, perhaps? Or someone known in that house? I often wonder if that's our Gideon connection.
While there's a massive, multifaceted investigation working to find him, Bryan Kohberger leaves Washington and heads home to Pennsylvania for winter break. He drives across the country with his father in that white Hyundai Elantra.
Hello, how you doing? How y'all doing today?
So it's a long trip from Moscow, Idaho, all the way to Pennsylvania. Kohberger's pulled over twice during this time.
Right up on the back end of that van, pulled you over for tailgating. So y'all work at the university there? I actually do work there.
And he's pulled over for following a vehicle too closely, both times.
By the time the Kohbergers arrived back in Pennsylvania, the FBI had taken over that genetic genealogy search from Othram. And just over a month after the murders, investigators get a name.
On December 19th, the investigative genealogy team leader calls in and he says, "Hey, Darren," he goes, "I have a first name for you. It's Bryan." And he goes, "Hey, we also have a last name for you."
Is Bryan's name made up and it's actually Gideon? Alleged?
Kohberger. And he drives a white Hyundai Elantra.
Once we had his name at that point, immediately we knew that he was in Pennsylvania.
When did the surveillance on him start?
Immediately.
He only left the house 3 times, and he was noticed to be wearing rubber gloves all the times he had left the house.
They need a way to test that DNA. So they pull the trash.
The agent on scene had made contact with the trash company to be able to ride that truck to collect the trash. They sorted anything that could contain DNA. They found an item in the trash that had male DNA that comes back and says, "We have DNA in this trash that is the father of the DNA left on the knife."
Gideon?
Knife sheath.
Once we had the DNA paternity match from the trash pull.
From a Q-tip specifically.
Yeah, we knew at that point that we had the person whose DNA was on that sheath.
At that point, you have what you need to get an arrest warrant for Bryan Kohberger.
And news of an arrest spreads fast.
The big story on Action News tonight is a major break in the murder of 4 Idaho college students.
People in this sleepy Poconos community are stunned.
We got live feed. We saw the armored vehicles roll in, them make entry, and we get the call out in custody.
There is so much more to this. Have the IDAHO4 received justice? Drop your answer below, yes or no. Have they received justice?
We want to get right to our breaking news as we come on the air. The arrest of a 28-year-old man in Pennsylvania in connection with the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Nearly 7 weeks after the brutal murders, an arrest is finally made.
Pennsylvania State Police make that arrest. We've got live feed coming from the helicopter from Pennsylvania State Police. We're getting constantly updated on what's going on, telling us, yes, they've got Bryan in the house. We saw the armored vehicle roll in, make entry, and we get the call out in custody.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania.
Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary.
Authorities have not revealed a possible motive just yet.
People in this sleepy Poconos community are stunned that one of their own has been arrested in connection with this grisly crime.
Agents from the Scranton office of the FBI, after the arrest, interviewed Bryan's parents. They were, aghast. We do know there was conversation among the family about, hey, Bryan does drive a car like that. Bryan, do you think, and it was immediately quashed. There's no way Bryan could do this. No way. Nobody can comprehend that their child is capable of something like this.
What was his reaction to the national media attention?
He was very surprised, actually. He didn't realize that it would garner national media news, I would say.
Really?
Yeah, it actually was. It was surprising because he inquired as to which outlets were actually circling.
Police department, search warrant, come to the door.
After the arrest, police in Washington searched Kohberger's apartment. And in these just released photos, you can see the Spartan place he left behind. One of the few personal items they found is a birthday card from his parents.
He was taken back to the Pennsylvania State Police barracks immediately upon being arrested and had given what turned out to be about a 2.5, 3 hour statement, but was a significantly long time that he interviewed until he asked for an attorney.
What did he tell you about that interview?
He was very limited, didn't want to know a lot about the case because he was going to have an attorney that would represent him on the murder charges. I want to make sure he's aware of how the process is going to play out. I want to make sure he understands that the death penalty may be considered in the case.
You thought right away it would be a death penalty case.
Oh, absolutely. I had zero doubt.
Bryan Kohberger agreed to be extradited, and he was flown across the country to the Moscow Pullman Airport and then brought here to the Latah County Jail to face murder charges while the world watched on.
How convenient was that they just put him on an airplane and send him back? How ironic. Usually that takes time, effort, money. This is so odd that this happened so fast.
When they brought him off the plane, people were like, we got him. Thank God he wasn't a local. He wasn't one of us.
Kohberger's attorneys enter a not guilty plea for him, insisting that he's innocent. But prosecutors decide to pursue the death penalty. And as they prepare for trial, they dig into every part of Kohberger's life, particularly his digital life, sifting through his Amazon purchase history that showed he bought a KBAR knife and sharpener back in Pennsylvania. And they look at his cell phone and computer searches right up until the days before his arrest.
On Christmas night, the 11 o'clock hour, heading into the very early morning of the 26th, he was on a rudimentary website called Serial Killer Timelines, just a list of hyperlinked names. And he just went down this list and clicked one after another for like 2 hours. December 27th, there's some sort of a show that he watched. It's a YouTube, and it's Ted Bundy sort of standing facing forward with a hood pulled up and over the front, and on 12/29, just 2 days later, he's taking a picture of himself looking like Ted Bundy.
And although investigators weren't able to make a direct link between Bryan Kohberger and any of the victims, those digital forensic experts did find something interesting on his phone.
The FBI gave us keywords and said, okay, search for these things. We needed victim names. We needed, what did they call their Wi-Fi? So all these things, we searched for it. And I remember saying to Jared, I have a hit for Mad Greek.
Remember, Mad Greek is that Moscow restaurant where Maddie and Xana both worked.
This search for Mad Greek, however he arrived at it, was done through the Google Maps app.
What we can say is that Mad Greek was presented to him on his phone. It doesn't necessarily draw a hard line to these victims.
Now to the sudden and stunning turn in the Idaho College murders case. After insisting his innocence for nearly 3 years, defendant Bryan Kohberger today pleading guilty to fatally stabbing 4 students.
Kohberger had maintained his innocence the entire time, but he decided to change his plea from innocent to guilty. That was huge.
And as part of that plea deal, prosecutors agree to take the death penalty off the table.
We got what we wanted, and we got what the law.
When you say we got what we wanted, though, that we does not include all of the victims' families. There are victims' families that have been very public about wanting more, perhaps a taped confession, the location of the murder weapon. You didn't feel like you could have asked for those things?
There was no legal way we could have compelled those. And quite frankly, there's nothing that he could have said that I think would have been credible or believable. And the minimizing and the lies that would have even been more damaging and frustrating to everybody.
Be seated, thank you.
Without a trial, Kohberger moves right to a sentencing hearing, and the loved ones for the victims finally get their own day in court.
All right, so with that, let's start.
All right, but let me switch your mindset. Who was Gideon? We still don't know. He was mentioned in the book. It would be nice to know. But hold that thought for 1 second. Why has there been always such a strong mystery behind the word or the name Bryan Kohberger? Why do you think that is? Why has this person that looks like Bryan Kohberger, named GIDEON LAUDA, with the same last name as Adam Lauda, don't know if they are connected or if they are factually related, but remember, there was blood and bullet residue found at the apartment 1 of 1127 where Jack DeCour and Adam Lauda resided. And there was a guest that weekend that, hey, they have kept hidden from the public. And why was that? Was there some bigger operation at play? I've talked about this before. I've given you the entry point to say, why national security? When you talk national security, I think, in my own humble opinion, being ex-military, I think Edward Snowden. I think CIA, which is supposed to not be operating on U.S. soil. Is there something more to the picture we're not seeing? And why is no one talking about it? Did you know that agencies with acronyms used animals for spy missions back in 1947? I'm going to give you some background. We're going to go into a theory that no one wants to talk about. Many will avoid and few will listen. In 1947, the CIA experimented with some of the wackiest gadgets ever conceived. Yes, they even used pigeons. Some strange, very odd systems were put into place. However, these top secret programs back in the days haven't always been successful. Operation Acoustic Kitty, inflatable sex dolls, and so on and so forth. And they have always used animals. Now, if I tell you this, would you be even interested or amazed at how the CIA has employed several animals, dead and alive, for intelligence collection purposes throughout the years? Yes, rats, fish, cats, dolphins, birds, insects. But here is just an example that I'm going to share with you.
During the Cold War, CIA spies hid secret messages inside dead rats, and somehow it actually worked. Agents would stuff messages, maps, or film inside the animal, then leave it near roads, parks, or trash bins for another spy to collect. Why rats? Because nobody wanted to touch a rotting dead animal. To make them even more repulsive, fake guts were added to spill out onto the street. Some were even covered with Tabasco sauce to keep cats away. In the Cold War, even a dead animal could become a secret weapon. Like and subscribe for more history.
Now, what was one thing that we kept hearing about in the IDAHO4 that everyone said, oh, no, that has nothing to do with this case? Well, they had a lot of dead animals in that area. They even had dead squirrels in the trash cans. And I always wondered if there was any connection with this. And then Kaylee's laptop, they had to serve a warrant subpoena to Harvard. Yes, Harvard, folks, to get the password to Extreme Networks. And then what about the extortion mentioned for the FBI to investigate and any warrants for extortion? Those words, common words that they have used, all signal to me, in my opinion, some type of investigation at a higher level that you and I would have no idea why, but it would be coded national security. Not just the players involved, but the whole operation that possibly could have been involved. Now, yes, they use dead rats. They used all kinds of things to go ahead and get information when they needed to.
The pigeon camera is one of our older artifacts where parts of the mission are actually still classified. But what I can tell you a little about is why we chose the animal and how it was deployed. The CIA can learn a lot from reconnaissance photography, and with planes like the U-2 and the A-12 and satellites like Corona in the sky, the CIA had a window into a whole new world of intelligence. But unfortunately, those planes are taking photographs from incredible heights. So if we wanted to get into a target area with more detail, the CIA was going to have to get creative and return to the animal kingdom.
And maybe a drone.
Again. CIA's Office of Research and Development created a camera small and light enough to be carried by.
Those were your early day drones, folks. Check this out.
A pigeon. With the camera attached to its breast, the pigeon would fly over a target area on its return home. With the pigeon being a common species, it was able to conceal itself as an intelligence collection platform among thousands of other birds. Pigeon imagery is taken from hundreds of feet above the target, whereas planes like the A-12 and U-2 were taking photographs from tens of thousands of feet, and satellites like Corona were miles above the target. The pigeon camera allowed the CIA to have a much more detailed view of what was going on in an area. The camera could begin taking pictures immediately upon release, or it could have a preset delay. The camera took a series of images at a set interval, and there was actually a small battery-operated motor that advanced the film and cocked the shutter.
Just a little bit of history at a higher level. And when you search for all of these, you can actually see that there is so much more in why the agencies, the three-letter agencies, do in fact operate at a higher level with national security and also homeland security and the ATF. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background, stool pigeon, a little bit of background, because some of these key words in the IDAHO4 case kind of hit almost every single angle. And yes, at one time, they even trained cats. They even trained cats to be Cold War spies. And I think it's funny when you see all over TikTok and all over some YouTube channels, they have cats that are being used as, they put the little, what are they called? The GoPros. I haven't used mine in a long time, but they put the little GoPros on these cats and these dogs and they let them run around and be spies because, think about it. You can actually put this on a cat, let them run around through town and map the entire towns that we live in. Think about this. They're in some serious business. Drop some animals that you've seen reported all around this area of Moscow, Idaho, which sounds like Moscow in another country, and tell me what kind of animals we've seen. We've seen skinned squirrels, dogs, coyotes. We've seen all kinds of animals, rats around the city that have been used. Project Acoustic Kitty went about as well as you would expect. So back in the day, they Operation Kitty just have the cats run around. They didn't really have to train them. They just put them out there to be eyes and ears, right? It's crazy. And cats are smart. Cats are really smart animals. If they could even be potty trained to go on the toilet by themselves, man, those are some smart cats, right? They're not dumb animals. Just because they have a smaller brain doesn't mean they're not intelligent. And yeah, some of the most highly trained in that three-letter agency weren't even human. They were pigeons, cats, spies, operatives. And this was well known, very well known, folks. So I just wanted to turn your attention to that. And I'm going to do this. We're going to switch topics because we're a little late in the game here. I was going to go over the Linda Lane. I want to skip that because I want to get right into the meat and potatoes of why everybody came here. We're going to get into the open eye investigation and the bullet hole theories. Now, I've showed you an example of two possible bullet holes that falls and makes this house of cards just completely fall and fold into the IDAHO4. I'm going to actually show you some more. They were skinned. They were skinned. They were not shot. I'm talking about the IDAHO4, not the animals. Squirrels. Animals that were left around town that the Moscow Police Department said this was nothing to do with that. We're going to get into the trenches here, and we're going to look at some of these crime scene photos from Maddie's room. This might be a warning for you right now. I'm just going to put up a warning sign. Watch at your own risk. And we are using our eagle eyes to ask questions in the next hour. Watch at your own risk. Warning. There's not much graphic, but there might be. How about that one? And I want you to don your eagle eye, open-minded, and let's look at these photos in real time. These are the actual photos. I have not edited. You can see that that is the house exterior and interior, redacted bedroom 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, all redacted. However, if you were unable to get those, you wouldn't see what most people see. I want you, yeah, we actually looked at the close-up to Xana's tapestry. We did. But I want to show you something, folks. We're going to zoom in together with eagle eyes, and we're going to question the narrative. All right? We're going to question the narrative. There are little specks all over this floor. Little tiny specks. And I'm going to show you some really important things that they have tried to hide. Now, there was blood splattered all in here. There was cast off. I showed you that from Gunderson. There are little specks all around the house that looks like maybe they painted. But what if I told you that wasn't paint? What if I told you these little specks were not paint? And you're probably thinking, what do you mean that's not paint? They didn't have time to paint. But what I can show you, what if I showed you that that was actually bullet residue? Well, what do I mean? Well, let's just take a deeper look. Look at the floor. And the major picture that was painted for me was when I started looking at the wall and digging a little deeper. Now, these probably aren't going to have very good visual because of the DPI and the pixels, but this hole, that hole, that's not blood. Those are holes, in my opinion. Now, I'm no expert. Those are truly bullet holes. And they look like they came from a bird shot or a beanbag or some type of pellet shotgun, in my humble opinion. That is a hole. This is a hole. But what gave it away was the holes in the curtains. The holes in the curtains where the light flows in, folks. They were starting to take different pictures at different angles. And I started noticing a pattern. Holes, holes, holes. No one talking about it. Look at these holes in the walls. You can blow these pictures up as big as you want. You're still going to see them. People talked about it. Most people just didn't look. Some blood splatter. But some of these on the other side and the ceiling, to me, look like holes. And you keep looking using your eagle eyes and what you see. You can't unsee it once you see it. Little fragments, hole in the curtains, hole in the wall. Those are, in fact, bullet holes, in my opinion. Some type of bird shot, buckshot. See all the holes? Yeah, they had to cut that whole house down. Holes. More holes. And then it became very apparent. All those little white specks on the floor, they were paint. Paint from the holes in the walls all over. It became very apparent when I started looking closer. That was the residue from the wall that they forgot in some of these pictures to redact, to Photoshop, to cover up. They forgot even in the jacket. Doesn't that look like buckshots? They forgot to cover up the residue on the floor. Look at that. Some of that is not just blood splatter. Those are freaking holes. Big buckshot holes, even on the comforter. Look at that. And that is my opinion. Hair. Look at the holes. Holes. And when you get further into these pictures and you start looking at the floors and the ceiling, holes. Holes. Did they not think that anyone was going to zoom in and look at all those holes? Holes in the closet. That is a hole. That is a hole. That is a hole. Looks like a hole to me. Those look like holes. Not just blood splatter. And then you get to the residue all over the floor. So, I mean, you can go through these and see whatever they forgot to redact. Holes. Holes. Some blood splatter. And they've, some of these little red dots all over the place. I don't know what those are. Maybe just a bad camera, but it looked like they were trying to manipulate the photos, perhaps alleged in one way or another. Look at that. That is a hole. That is not blood splatter. I've showed you on the, that is another hole. That is not blood splatter. In my opinion, that one is what sealed the deal for me right there. Look at this. I don't know why the light bulbs didn't get hit. I have no idea. Another one right there. And you can start seeing some of this residue on the floors. I don't know why they didn't. They tried to. It's on the floor. There's some they missed. Can we ask Grok and show us? No, those are holes, honey. That's the residue. That's the residue. There's so much in these pictures when you just stop and take a look and you're open-minded about what you see. You want me to ask ChatGPT? Okay, hold on a minute. Let me see what this tells me. Does the black, does the, what does this black dot look like near the picture? Look like near the flower, the pink flower. Use your best eagle eye and top-notch to see what it analyzes. what it could possibly be with an open mind. Let's see. All right, let's just see. Looks like a small, tiny hole or puncture. This is exactly what it's telling me. I said, what does this black dot look like near the pink flower? Use your best eagle eye and top-notch detective skills to analyze what it could possibly be with an open mind. It looks like a tiny hole or puncture, speck of debris, a small insect or bug. I doubt it. Doesn't see any legs. Tiny screw or malleable. My best detective read, it mostly looks like a tiny hole or puncture, spot of debris. Not enough detail. A key clue is the circular darkness. What is circular darkness equal? Yeah. Perception is important. Let's just keep looking. Let's see what else we find. Let me see if there's any residue left on these pictures on the floor. I saw quite a few little areas of residue that they had tried to Photoshop out, but you still see it. There's some. And then they have these little red dots everywhere, which I don't know what that is. Those are the floors that were swabbed. And that's the door. If somebody was hit in the arm, they would surely leave that. Now this, guys, you cannot deny and say that this is blood splatter. That has not, oh my God. What do you all think this is? Drop a 1 if you think that these are some type of bullet, buckshot, bird spray, bullet holes. This is the one that gave it away. The narrative and the house of cards have fallen. What about this? Let me ask what it thinks about this screenshot. It's not just one isolated black dot. I can see dozens of tiny dark specks. Wow. Bullet projectile related damage. If this were projectile impact, it would typically expect a more localized pattern, directional characteristics, chipping, penetration evidence, associated damage. Highly suspicious. Dust, debris, surface imperfections, debris, obvious puncture or impact defects. Wow. That is wild. That is wild. Here is the bigger picture. You wouldn't see it if you didn't zoom in. Look at that. Zooming in, you see something you can't unsee. Marks, marks, marks. Some holes are different than the blood splatter. You can tell the difference now. When I zoom in, can you all see the difference between blood splatter? And there is a hole in the blanket. Holes in the blanket. Explain that one to me, folks. How can the MPD explain this one away? How in the world could they possibly explain that these individuals were stabbed when there's holes in the blanket that look like And I think ISP released these pictures to expose whatever it was they needed to. I'm going to ask it, how about this blanket? Look at that. in the ceiling even. Some blood splatter, some in the ceiling. How could they explain this one away? I'm sure you were shocked just like I am. Look above this picture. That is not blood splatter on the opposite side of the wall. Who was shooting what? Who could have possibly done that? What happened in Maddie's bedroom? Some blood splatter. Perfectly circular round holes. I keep going back to what the family said, that somebody was shot up, the party was shot up, unrecognizable. How do you get a round bullet hole in a windowsill curtains? It's just wild. Look at the pattern in this mirror. What is that? Did they redact it on the blind but forget the picture of the mirror? Round, perfect hole. Did they Photoshop it right here? Because that's where the mirror would be. If I go right across, that's where the mirror is. I can't make this up. It's all right in front of us. Do you guys see this? Do you guys see this blind in the hole in the blind? And then if you scroll over, stay around that same blind. It's 1, 2, 3 up from the mirror. So that's got to be right over here. And they have covered it up right there. Maybe they didn't remember to cover up this one in the mirror. And that's why probably, yes, you're right, the gag order was placed because they were getting conflicting stories. The G was saying what happened, and they didn't want them saying what happened. I mean, you can go through these crime scene photos, and I often wondered, even the banister on the first to the second floor, there was a big chunk of wood taken out, and I thought maybe they had shot something up on the second floor. And that's where the white speckle and the residue comes from on the sheath. And what do I mean? In the forensics documents, we talked about the sheath having residue on it. Residue. Would you like to see the actual factual forensics documents? You know, the one that I asked and they released on Halloween? Let me grab them. And I'm going to show you the residue that was even on the sheath. So we go over to the forensic documents and residue. Observed black and off-white residue all over on the outside of the sheath. Right here. That residue was used. The sheath looks comically placed for someone to see it. Now, if the knife sheath was on the floor, it would definitely have all this residue. It would definitely observe black and white residue all over the outside of the sheath. All over the inside and the outside of the sheath. That's where the residue came from. The wall. The little tiny specks on the wall that came off and were on the floor. Let's look. Let's look without an eagle eye on. And let's see if we can see anything else on the floors. Hold on. Remember, I gave you a warning. If you just came in here, we are looking at crime scene photos. There are no bodies, but there is tons of evidence left behind. I'm going to blow this one up a little. They forgot to cover this little residue on the floor. Let's see what else. You have to go out and then in and look where they forgot to cover up residue. And you can tell the pictures that they have blurred out. You could tell where they have blurred out a lot. That is the hole on the exterior wall, folks, right here. I don't know if you can see that. That is at the headboard level, right on the exterior wall that was shown. That was the blood that was found outside in the bathroom area. Let me see if I can find some more pictures of this floor. And I don't see any. There's some right there. Residue on the floor. It looked like painting. It wasn't painting. It was actually, I believe, from the shot. More residue on the floor, white. So you can go through these and you guys can look. I think these people need justice. I think they got the wrong guy. I think this was a massive cover-up, in my alleged humble opinion. Some of these are blurred and redacted. And you know they have the best pictures and evidence. There's the marks on the wall. Look at that one. You guys, it was so important they had to measure. I talked about this in my video. It was so important they had to measure these. That is not some tiny little whoops. Look at that. There were multiple weapons used. Look at that. How many rounds? I don't know. Have no idea. But look at that. You can't hide this. That is not blood splatter. That is not blood splatter. We have got to get our heads out of our asses. I'm going to get a little spicy today. And we need to hold these mother effers accountable. Who's going to do that in authority? Who has the authority to hold them accountable? Not me. We can just keep sharing everything we want. We can keep telling anyone, writing letters. So we'll just keep looking. We'll just keep sharing. I don't care if it takes hours during the day. We'll keep exposing and sharing as long as everyone has got to keep sharing and tagging it. It'll get eventually to the right person because they're ignoring letters. They're ignoring certified letters. They're ignoring emails. There's all that residue on the floor. All the residue on the floor. That's not paint, folks. If you go down and you look at the stairs where I showed you where that gunshot wound, look at this. All that residue on the floor, that is not paint. That's not paint. Someone opened the door and pa-pow, pa-pow, pa-pow. That is residue from the buckshot. I think it might be a buckshot, a birdshot, whatever you want to call it. But look at all the residue from the wall. You can't hide it. They can't hide anymore. Can't let this hide anymore. Look at all the residue on the floor. All those white specks, that's not paint, folks. It's definitely not paint. Look it. It fell from the ceiling. It fell from the walls. Don't know who did it. Not claiming who's responsible. Not one bit. This on the wall, I'll zoom in more. You can see for yourself. Obviously, this was an important part of the case. They felt the need to definitely tape and measure. Look at that. There's no blood over here. There's no cast off. There's no splatter. There's no high velocity splatter. That's somebody with a bad shot. Somebody with a bad shot. Phoenix, I won't give up if you won't give up. No, we're not going to give up. I'm going to show you everything that I found. I'm going to show you everything that I found, everything that I've seen. Residue, again, they forgot to redact. I think this one is another residue they redacted. More residue on the floor, more residue that came off the wall, I believe, off the wall. More, that's not blood splatter all the way over here, folks. They felt it important enough to tape it and measure it. Taped and measured, no blood. That is no blood, no blood, no blood. No blood. They couldn't let anybody go in the house. You were absolutely right. They would have seen what we are seeing now. Look at the specks of residue on the floor. That's the chipped paint. That's because they took parts of the wall out. Look at this. You can't hide this. They chased somebody up the stairs. You can't hide the evidence. Now, that's definitely blood. Someone must have been shot on the stairs on the 3rd floor landing, chased upstairs. There's another hole in the ceiling. That's not blood. We're just going to call it like I see it. I'm going to call House of Cards, a jack is a jack, a spade is a spade. You can't unsee it once you start seeing it. I hope time has not ran out for some people that are innocent. But if this person is guilty, and I hope they got it right, then we'll find out one way or another. I don't think we have to wait 10 or 20 years before we find out the truth. I don't think we should have to wait that long. Most of this is all blood splatter. They felt it important enough. Whatever it was, look at the wall. Chip paint. They felt it important to mark off. And the rest of them is pretty just the standard. They're all just different shots. And then you have more residue on the ground. Look, that's not paint. All these little white spots, that's residue. Bing, bang, bing in the shoe, on the shoe. Look at the shoes. Look at here on the bottom of by the foot of the shoe, by the door, behind the door. That's paint. That's paint that's been chipped, not painted as in we painted. And here we go with the magic mirror again. Look at the curtain. Look at the holes in the curtain that you can see right through the curtains. They didn't change it in the mirror. Look at the curtains. Look at all the, see the light coming through on those curtains? Maybe they didn't think somebody would go and look. I don't know. But look. I was hoping that somebody released these in the hopes that people would catch on to what really happened. Look at the residue on the shoe. On the floor. By the shoes, on the floor. Bam, 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 all right there. Just shocks me every time that there's more residue right there. More residue behind this table leg on the floor. Nobody came in and painted. If they painted, they would have painted right over all the blood splatter. More residue on the floor. More residue on the floor. That's not chips or snacks or anything of that nature. And I always thought that was the jacket that Maddie was wearing, that those are pants. They look like pants. I always wondered, look at Maddie's books that she read. Is that Maddie's hat up there? This ends with us. Wow. Blood splatter. Some splatter. What were they looking for? Residue again in the pictures on the floor, the white specks. You can see the residue on the floor, but in the front of the floorboard. White specks, paint chips. Sometimes when I look at these, I have a loss for words. Why would somebody do this? Now some of what we're seeing makes sense. Their narrative has fallen apart. I did ask for the forensics documents. I asked for them to release anything related to firearms documents. Doubt if we'll get them, but they're the ones that checked it off on their worksheet, so we know that they looked at something. So what do you guys think of everything after I showed you that? What do you all think? Is the house of cards falling all apart? I don't think they had time to paint. I'm in the Gower video in the morning. It looks like he's carrying a black coat. Well, the black coats were in the crime scene photos. We know that they did search his car. They had it in the shop. They went through his car right here. Definitely had been vacuumed out and cleaned because we see by the seats, it does look like it's been cleaned out, vacuumed out. Right there, the shape of the vacuum cleaner. Yeah, I believe it's crumbling down. Mind-blowing. What if they were involved and they was going to bring the universities and LEs in? Possibly. What kid? Yes, the walls are tumbling down. Who was the kid that said it looked like? Oh, yeah, the guy that said was told to get the ATF jacket and walk inside. Well, here's my deal. If the guy that said he grabbed an ATF jacket, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms would investigate it. So do you think ATF was on the scene also? I believe at some point they probably were. I believe they probably were. Alcohol was the alcohol these kids were selling to one another. Tobacco, who knows, and firearms. This was Gower's car that they investigated. They went through with a fine-tooth comb. CSI was there for ISP. Those were the alcohol they found. Supplying alcohol to minors, allegedly. Students' names that they found in the car, which is suspect. Why would you have a printout of student names? Doesn't make sense. And that is an actual find student search. That's a find student. So all he'd have to do is get someone's name. And this was 21, 9/13/21, get someone's name and search for the student, which is very scary. Very scary. Those cowboys were sus. How do we know they were cowboys? What if they were ATF? What if the ATF came in and had to go in and take a look? He said it looked like a deer was killed in there. This was search. Student access find student. Studentaccess.com. Upward bound student access. And this guy used to work for a, here, I'll show you. Upward bound, Eric Gower. Here is the program that he used to work at. Recreational program alumni. And this was Upward Bound. Where do you currently work? Trio Bridge Upward Bound. And on these documents, if you look, let me show you. Right here, it says Idaho Clearwater Upward Bound StudentAccess.com right at the bottom of this page. Let me show you a little bit better. Right here. Idaho Clearwater /Upward Bound StudentAccess.com student select student ASPX. That's a search. That's find a student search. Just like they didn't cover it up here. Search result. Find a student. He had access while working at this outreach, this Upward Bridge, Idaho Upward Bound. What's your role? I'm currently an outreach coordinator and work in one of our target high schools throughout the academic year to support low-income, first-generation or high-risk students who go to college if that's their goal. I plan to facilitate several 4-day trips during the school year in addition to the 6-week summer program. I now teach classes during the summer and lead group of students around the country. I am the chair of our alumni committee and responsible for our program's annual reporting to the U.S. Department of Ed. Additionally, I am working to transaction to the associate director role with our project. So this was, I don't know if you know this, but I did some background research on this program. And this program is this. This is the TRIO programs in Idaho. There's all these different areas that they service. And there are 32 TRIO programs in Idaho. Boise State, University of Idaho, Idaho State University, North College, and Lewis Clark State College. And this one would be District 2, and that's the Upward Bound program. And this is the Upward Bound program. Now, I wonder, had anyone in Kaylee's family gone to college before her? I don't think Xana's family had anyone. And Maddie. So giving them ride while drunk, Eric needed to find them. No. Well, maybe he was keeping an eye out on these students. I don't know. Something, I don't know. It just seems a little odd. So this is what they do. Upward Bound program. Bridge, Idaho. Eric Gower is the project director. And I don't know if this is up to date, but they're showing him as the project director today. Well, it was really odd. So I suppose he's still at the U of I. But that was the TRIO program that they spotlighted him on. And he's been doing it for 7 years now. And when was this? This was in 2021. But get this, I noticed this right away. It says this was posted on January 25th, 2021. He graduated in 2017, and then he got his master's in movement and leisure in 2019. But then it says this PhD in education 2024, but this was posted in 21. So was he in a program to get his PhD in education? I just thought it odd that he's in getting his PhD when Kohberger is getting his PhD. Found it a little odd. Kind of a similarity there. So let me do this. We're at the hour already. Let me take a 5-minute break. Let me go jumping jacks or something to wake myself up. We are going into our next hour. And the topic this hour is going to be courtrooms. And we're going to watch a couple of Ann Taylor hearings, some highlights. We talked about the red flag discussion the other day, and we are going to recap, and we're going to watch a little bit of a video that I found that was very interesting in the Idaho 4 case. So come back in about 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to put the music back on. Enjoy the music, and I will be right back.
Feel the pulse, a quiet hum, a steady rhythm like a distant drum. In the darkness waiting for the sun, a brand new day is yet to come. They build the walls to keep us down, whisper lies all over town. Every seed that hits the ground will break the silence with its sound. I hold this truth inside my hand, and on this solid rock I'll stand. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Got a new horizon in my soul. It's multiplying, and it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Let them talk their empty words. My spirit flies on with the birds. Their tangled webs are so absurd. My simple truth will be heard. No, I won't bow, I won't break down. I'm here to claim my righteous crown. Oh, can you feel the justice rising? Justice rising. Got a new horizon in my soul. It's multiplying, it's multiplying, it's taking back all the control. This vibration's gonna shake the nation. Justice rising, calling my name. Feel the vibration, feel it deep inside. A new creation, yeah.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. So I hope you had a great little break. I'm going to pull up a document real quick, and we're going to review this because this is a doozy in the Idaho 4. So I was thinking in this train of thought about the case, and someone mentioned to me, do you believe that Kohberger and Kopaka knew one another? What do you think? Yes or no? Drop a yes or a no. We've not put any connection together officially other than his name almost being mentioned in a court document. and other than other people commenting about Kopaka in the book Broken Plea. But do you think that Kohberger and Kopaka knew one another? And if so, how? We've got some no's coming in. Wasn't Kopaka a security officer in the area? And Bryan wanted to be in that type of field. You don't think that maybe they knew one another? I mean, it's possible. We have no solid proof other than what the Broken Plea talks about Kopaka. I've often wondered if they had any relation. I wonder if that is who Kaylee invited back to the house, allegedly, per the book, because they did interview somebody that she invited back possibly to the house. So that would be a maybe in my humble position. I would think maybe. Maybe. I wish I can see better pictures of the other window that I showed you a day ago that possibly was shot out, but they only have 1 or 2 pictures, and that would be right. Excuse me. If looking at the house, it would be right to the right of where Maddie's room was in that window, and that would be on the 3rd floor facing out. Yes, I think they knew each other. Maybe they knew each other. No, maybe knew of each other. I think they knew each other. Okay, so I mean, we all have our own opinion. I think perhaps maybe they did know each other. They live so close. I mean, if you live close to someone like that, you're a single guy. Is it possible that you would have known one another or ran into each other or ran in the same circles? I mean, this town is kind of small, guys. Is it even possible? Maybe. And what does, I mean, I'm going to show you something I found very interesting. Now, I don't know what this could possibly be. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. These are the second room photos. Now, I don't know about you, but what would these little white dots be? What could possibly be these little white dots on the table? You see them? Little white dots. And then you see an indent there and maybe another little white dot stuck inside the table. What would be those? What would be your best guess? I've often wondered what those were. And let me just see if what. Let me see. Hold on. How about what would these white little dots be? One looks like it's stuck inside the table. That one looks like it's indented. What would these little white dots be? Wonder what they could be. It's not popcorn. This is on the table in the front room. Definitely not popcorn. Are those holes? Beads? What are those? Residue? Wonder what these are. You never notice. Styrofoam particles comes to mind. Oh, styrofoam particles. But how would they be embedded on there? That is just so weird. Somebody was hit. Someone was hit. Had to have been. Had to have been. Someone was hit. Let me look at this wall. That's definitely a hole. That's a hole. That's blood. That's hair. Some looks like blood. Hair. Blood. Particles. Maybe it was a particle from the wall. Particle from the wall, maybe. Diluted. That's particle. That's not paint. That's not paint. And we can't see the ceiling. They didn't take pictures of the ceiling. That's not paint. Oh, Lulubelle, I have a feeling that they probably knew each other and possibly Bryan helped them out with rides. Styrofoam has an electromagnetic charge. The plastic that came out of those holes. Well, that's not paint. If you look at it from a different angle, that's definitely not paint. But we can't see the wall. We can't see the ceiling. Can't see the ceiling at all. Are there any of these particles anywhere else? I'm going to go back to the forensics doc. Oh, God, that's blurry. I'm going to go back to the forensics documents and see if there's any. God, that looks like a bullet hole. There's this angle. I'm going to zoom in. But you can see on the ground there's particles. Hold on. Let me zoom into the picture, the window first. Right in the center, right here. Looks like they've photoshopped it. Right in the center, right here. It does look photoshopped. Looks like the wall has been hit too. That's the only picture that we get of that window during the day. That's the wall they took out. Now, the picture of this wall, I'm going to zoom in. This is the particle that they removed, 31. There looks like some holes, some blood. Some holes, some blood. Definitely some holes, some indents. So it says bedroom M. Top, bottom, where they measured swab boxes, floor. They removed the floor, north wall. To print. They took Dylan's sheet from her bed with debris. Black hoodie from the second floor washer. Someone was wearing black and they threw him in the wash, a gray shirt. And hair front with second floor from the dryer. Croc shoes from second floor bathroom between shower and vanity. They confiscated. Pink sweats and half a towel on the second floor dryer. All the swab numbers. Let me see what this says. Coors box. Floor, bathroom, second floor by door. Third floor something exterior something. West closet wall, front side south, third floor near wall, north wall cast off, and something layout, third floor bedroom. That one says northwest 25 ceiling, third floor. MN 25. Third floor ceiling over bed. What does that say? Hold on, let me see if I can turn this. I can't read sideways. Let's see if I can turn this real quick. Oh, how are you guys today? Are you with it? Are you on it? Just hanging around, doing laundry, running errands? Tap in below, chat it out. What are you up to today? Okay, so this is a better picture. Let me see. Maybe now we could read this. Yippee. Here we go. Let me throw this on there. MN. What does MN mean? Northwest? Somebody's got bad writing. I thought mine was bad. And let me see if this one helps. Yep, there we go. So that says NM 23 and NM 24 and NM 25. Maybe that's the initial of the person. 26. So it goes 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Third floor ceiling. Third floor. Third floor bedroom. Third floor ceiling. Over bed. I don't know what that word says. What if you stuffed a potato with a buckshot and used a potato gun to shoot? No sound as a shot comes, same velocity, and resulted exploded shells. Holy moly. Is that what they do in Idaho? I think those are plastic airsoft gun pellets. Yes. They would. Were they playing a prank? Why would they airsoft? Were they playing tag? Why would somebody do that? Those aren't swabs. Those are... Oh, I don't know if those were the swabs. They never told us what swabs were in the fridge that were broken down. They never broke it down. Nope. Hey, thanks for joining us if you just came in. The part about the styrofoam, from my experience with packing materials, not used as much in contemporary moment. So did they test the crock? Don't know. We don't have the results. I think the perp grabbed something from the house and hit Kaylee. Nerf balls? Yeah, I was thinking more like pellet, but paint pellets would leave marks. No wonder I get shocked drinking from styrofoam. I haven't used them for 50 years, learning something new today. What did Creamy Rose say? Styrofoam particles come to mind. I never noticed them before. Yeah, I noticed them all over the place. Potato gun packing in a triangular pouch around a waist. A human hunt party. Have these forms been filled out correctly? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're supposed to be filled out like. Looks like medical tests to me. I'm looking at what else they removed from the house. Those were the swabs. Those were the swabs from those areas, the ceiling. And this is the rest of the floor they removed. Second floor. Second floor. This was east. Third floor. That went to northwest something. I would like to see the ballistic reports. That's what I'd like to see. So look in these hallway. Look in this hallway. You can see all the little specks. People kept saying, oh, they painted. And I'm thinking, no, they didn't paint. Did they paint? No. Something was used that made all those specks everywhere. It's everywhere. So someone had to have shot the ceiling on this part. Look, all the residue, that's just not dirt. It's not just dirt. Residue on the floor. They took a picture in the dark. That was bad. What was that exposure for? That little red dot. Little red dot. I wonder if those are pellets. Are they pellets? Hey, Priscilla. Thanks for becoming a new member. We are thrilled that you are here today. We are going through the IDAHO4 case, looking at all the debris and possible pellet, some type of weapon used. I mean, ISP gave us an indication. I mean, look at the debris on the stairs when they used Amido Black. Look at the wall. See, that's weird. It's time they come out with the truth. Yeah, they're labeled 21, 22. I'm slow. I have a hole in my esophagus and had to give up coffee. That's residue on the stairs again. Residue. That is right below that window that you see that I've pointed out before. That's the mark where somebody walked down. Doesn't look like paint, though. That looks like pellets or residue. Maybe white pellets? Do we see any white pellets anywhere else? Maybe they were going to scare someone. I thought it was popcorn ceiling. No, they look like pellets. They look like little white pellets. Let me look and see if there's a reference. What kind of weapon uses just a pellet gun? These little white biodegradable pellets, right? I don't know, a buckshot. I don't think. I'm not a hunter. I wouldn't know about that. I just know about fishing, gutting fish. Never a hunter. Wouldn't go out and get tags. I know I have very family members that do, but you wouldn't see me. Those are the little pellets, but those are bigger. What else could it have come from? A beanbag gun? Let me see how big beanbags are. Oh, those are tinier. Holy moly. Wow. Wow. I wonder if they were. Hold on. Let me pull these up and show you guys. Little beanbag shotgun pellets. Holy moly. Those are tiny. Those are really tiny. Less lethal than beanbags. They have the little ones. These are those little pellets. Hold on, let me see if I can find a really good picture for you. Beanbag filler. Beanbag pellets. Why would somebody open fire and put beanbag pellets? Does somebody come to their rescue? Did somebody come to their rescue at the 1122 King Road house? Has anybody ever heard that maybe the cops came there to help them? These are Home Defender double ball, lethal, less lethal than home defense ammunition. This is something, they sell them at Cabela's. No, these aren't bean bags. These are just an alternative. Let me show you. I wonder if someone came to help. If they had calls to JD, like, come help us, and he didn't show up or they couldn't get a hold of him, did they call someone else? What if it was a extortion or a hostage situation? None of the forms on this case made sense. Why would this be any different? Spitwads. Did I find them? I found this, but they almost look like spitwads. Yeah, but what if they were... This is a beanbag shot. Let me show you this one. I don't want to get too... this is the biodegradable new high impact grade. What if it was a hostage situation? They mentioned extortion. High velocity with a muzzle. Oh, I don't know. Gosh, I have to be very careful what I show because let me see. Well, you guys can look up beanbag pellets. I know the damage it does, and that would probably damage somebody in the face if they get hit. Wow, this just blows my mind every day. I look more and more into this case with what we find in the evidence pictures. And you know what? Would that cause the residue? I mean, I showed you the residue on the knife sheath. Let's go over to the forensic files and let me see if there's any other residue anywhere else. I should have done that before. Used a bright light to examine, observed white residue and on near threads. That was the sheath. That was the residue. Let me see where else there was residue. Submitted swab of hand marks. One plastic capped black swab, whole stain cut, black residue inside plastic cap. Submitted hand swab of hand marks. Who is this on? Hand marks. There was residue on the hand marks? What? Hold on a minute. This is wild. Give me 1 second. Item 29.2, submitted swab of hand marks. 29.2 references back to submitted swab of hand marks from the outside kitchen window. Oh my God. Submitted swabs from outside of kitchen window. 29.2 was a swab of the hand marks and it had black residue. What? Observed black residue. 29.2. It observed black residue on the outside windows of the hand marks. Oh my God. I cannot lie. It's right there in black and white. Let me look at the other one. The KBAR had black and off-white residue all over the outside. We already knew that. Black JanSport backpack inside main pocket labeled in part, big student logo patch on the front and left shoulder strap. Observe white residue stains on the bottom of main pocket. Gum with wrappers. Whose backpack was this? That was Wilt's. This was her report. This was her report of the backpack. Let me just see. JanSport backpack with gum from living room. Oh my God. Who brought it over in a backpack? I can't believe what we just found. In the backpack, 67. Let me write this down. 67. Jeez. I would have never went down this rabbit hole if I didn't read Pistol Pete in the book and start digging. 67 JanSport. Whose backpack? They lied about this backpack, I bet. Holy moly. No, this is residue, guys. This is clearly saying observed white residue. Residue is what you get when you fire something. JanSport backpack with gum from living room. Obviously, we can go to the crime scenes. We know what backpack they're talking about. So the backpack, and let me go to the residue again. Observed white residue stains on the bottom of the main pocket gum wrappers, 67.1. Observed several gray and black stains on the left panel. Visible white stains on the outside in a light gray under IR infrared light. So they saw they used the infrared light to examine the outside of the backpack. Was the backpack washed? Extortion was supposed to be Ethan? Wow. You did some scrapbooking for Christmas. That's nice. Oh, get some rest, Grace. I know you've been through a lot in the last few weeks. Please, take it easy. Get some rest. Where else was there this residue? Okay. Observed yellow fluorescent stains on all straps and handle. Visible stains are fluorescent. White stains are fluorescent. Let me just see what this means. Hold on. Let me throw this in a reference guide that I have. Let me see what this means. I'm curious now. There is a forensics tool I have for firearms. Let me log in. It looked under IR's infrared light. They examined the outside. Investigators used infrared because some stains look different under infrared than they do in normal light. Chicken Boy, how did you get Chicken Boy out of that? Under IR, they saw several gray and black stains, several large black stains on the back panel. Doesn't necessarily indicate blood, but probably dirt, body oils, food stains, beverages, grease, biological material, cleaning products, ink, or blood. ALS examination as alternative light source. It could be flour, dust, pollen, food residue, cosmetic powder, or another chemical, another white substance. What do y'all think that means? What the swabbing, a gray transfer to swabs. A gray colored material came off of the swab. It doesn't say blood was found. It doesn't say DNA was found. It doesn't say human tissue. It doesn't say gunshot residue. It doesn't say stains tested positive for anything. It just says what they observed in different light sources and what they collected for later testing. Later testing, there's that word. All this later on testing, did they just not want to deal with this case? Found a patsy alleged and just wanted this case to be put on the back burner, buy them some time, not solve this case completely because everything was going to be saved for later, a later date when they would want to come back to this. This is crazy. Wow. This is wild. Oh, that's what it's looking like to me now. Looking at these forensic documents. Hey, we'll check everything out, but we'll save it for later just in case. right? Don't do your job now. We'll put it on somebody else. Oh my God, that makes sense with everybody retiring and ending their careers and getting their pensions and walking away. And pretty soon, the DA and the judge, and we'll just put it off for another day. We'll let somebody else deal with this. Holy moly. Is that what this is all about? This is wild, folks. You hear of it happening, but we're seeing it. Putting the pieces together. Let's see what the other residue was found inside the house. Dang. Oh my God. We'll just deal with this later. I mean, I do that sometimes in my personal life. I'll just deal with that later. Right? Just put it off. Put it on the back burner. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I think that was all the residue that we found, other than this was interesting. Brown paper bag, the beer can. I said I'd share this with you. I'll share it with you now. Pretty much at 3 a.m., right? Out with the old, in with the new. Yep. Let somebody else deal with it. So this is what I found. I found there was the beer can. There was a second empty beer can that was found on the vanity. Now, they didn't say what vanity. It says just found the second. And this was item 308. And it says pre-log. So they had to have had it before, item 308. I can go back and they label these really odd. So the beer can obviously had to be item 69 because it says the second beer can right here, swab from the vanity. Now, this blew my mind when I read this. Okay. And I haven't shared this because I wanted to find out who this was first. And I still haven't found out. So I might as well share it. Maybe somebody has the answer that is embedded in the Idaho 4 case and wants the truth to be out here. So if this is you and I'm speaking to your heart right now, if you know who was there and who had this beer can, you know this individual. Okay. Because item 69 on the beer can, number 2, and we're going to go back to the actual finding of it. Beer can number 2 said it was logged. And it basically says, let me get to the page. Brown paper bag right here. Let me highlight it. And this was Wathall's report. Okay. This beer can, second on beer can, found on vanity, item opened by and examined by, well, in the chain of custody of forensic science, Tina Wathall. Blue Keystone beer can. We know who liked Keystone. 12 fluid ounce. Now, lid appears cut and torn around tab and observed scratch near bottom. Used the bright light to examine it, and they observed yellow residue in lid rim and no stains consistent with blood. But what would be yellow residue? What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear this? What would be yellow residue? And somebody who likes to drink Keystone. Wasn't that Jack Showalter? Wasn't that him that said that? Alleged? I believe so. Let me see if I can find something. Hold on. All right, let's see. There's some videos on it. Hold on a minute. I think it was Connor and Jack Showalter that liked to drink Keystone. Wasn't that correct? Wasn't that one of their... Let me pull up the MPD and the ISP. Hold on. I do believe it was him. ISP reports. All right, let me check. Yep, I believe it was yellow. Yeah, mucus, urine, energy package, yellow. Ah, bingo, Brenda. Who like to chew and spit tobacco? That's the first thing that came to my mind. Very first thing. So let me look at the reports. I think Keystone was Jack Showalter. I want to say Jack Showalter or Connor. So which one of them maybe dip chew or spit tobacco, or was it even a farmer? You know, typically, who would most likely chew tobacco? Who was it? Smoke or tobacco? Okay, so here's statistics. Who is most likely to chew tobacco? And this is what I looked up. And this is exactly what I'm going to share with you. It's just a statistic. All right. Just a statistic. I'm not saying this is exactly this person, but listen to the similarities. Most likely to chew tobacco, 2.1% of adults currently report and use tobacco. Men are more likely to chew tobacco than women to use smokeless tobacco, including chewing tobacco. So if you're used to vaping or smoking and you're going to try quitting, people usually do nicotine gum, patches, or they move to, let's say, chewing tobacco or those little tiny packets that you put in your mouth, right? Okay. But this can look like the top had been torn off. So if they're using it, they're using the can to spit in. I mean, we're thinking out loud here together, right? So younger adults are more common to use than other under age 65. Non-Hispanic white adults has a higher prevalence. And then rural residents, people living in metropolitan, are more likely to use tobacco products than chewing tobacco. So that eliminates rural. Lower educational levels, only with the GED, are more likely to use tobacco. And it says people in the culture obviously use tobacco, but mostly men than women. So obviously somebody was using a Keystone Light can as maybe a spit can, right? And it says used one swab to swab rim, mouth opening, and tab. Yellow transferred to the swab. But of course, we never get the actual evidence and the files that show this. Yeah, that's huge. We're just thinking out loud. We're thinking as a tribe. And this nest really knows. It does sound gross, but if you know, you've got some ex-boyfriends, military people that, they can't smoke on duty. And then they start doing chewing tobacco or those little packets, right? So who was it that saw the yellow? I mean, what else could it be on the residue on the can? They did swab it. I wonder whose backpack this was. We know somebody talking about a backpack in the crime. Can't say for sure, but they did say that they swabbed the second beer can right here. That was the cutout. Somebody pushed it looks like they pushed the can inside, right? But it does look like it was torn and cut. And then they swabbed the outside where they say that they saw the yellow stuff right here. See that yellow stuff? I don't know if you guys can. Let me zoom in on this. You can actually see it. You can actually see the yellow stain right in here. Yeah, they could pull the DNA from the spit, but are they ever going to share those reports? Probably not. And I can go through, and this was item 69, second beer can on the vanity. Now, I went through these crime scene photos looking for the actual photo. I did this probably a few weeks ago, trying to find where this beer can was. I went through, well, let's just go through them. They don't specify where they were, so where would they most likely be? Let's start the Keystone down in Bethany's room. And it says second floor it says vanity. So I'm thinking it's in this picture somewhere. That's the only spot that I found Keystone, wasn't it? Connor's backpack, he had more beer in it, was something I heard. It looks like beer. Well, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me see. What does, let me do a search real quick. Keystone. What does the beer look like? What does Keystone look like? Anybody know? Why is Keystone beer so cheap? That's what the color of the beer is. And here is what they tested right in here. Okay, so here's my thought process. Not on the gold vanity in the living room. No, I think it was in Bethany's room. So here's my thought process. Go and find the can in the crime scenes that looks like this can that was ripped, right? It looks like they tore the can. God, some of these pictures are so fuzzy. Looks like they tore the can. And that was it for her room. Didn't Kai Davis drink Keystone? I don't know. I don't know about that. That was all the beer can that I saw in Bethany's room. I didn't see anything in the spare room. So it had to have been one or two of those cans that were in Bethany's room. So who does anybody know if JD chews tobacco or Jack Showalter? Who chews tobacco? Possibly. That would narrow down one of the Jacks. Jack Decour or Jack Showalter. There's the bush in there. There's the Keystone can, but see, it's not ripped. That one's crushed. And I didn't see another can unless it's the one behind there that they're not showing us over here. I zoomed in. I looked everywhere. Let me see if I can do it again. Maybe you guys will see something I can't. It doesn't look like that can is cut. Can't see it. There's a champagne bottle or something in the front, a wine bottle. You can't zoom in there. I was hoping that the mirror would let me see something. Didn't JD leave a vape at Kaylee's house? Yeah. Yeah, because they had that whole call, you can come get your vape. Maybe he was trying to quit vaping or he had more than one. See this can? You can't see. There's a line right through it. You can't see anything. Does it look like it's cut? That can does look like it's cut, kind of. Is that cut? It does look cut, doesn't it? They probably had more than one can. Oh, God, it does. Hold on. Now that I've zoomed in, it does look like it's cut. See that opening, how big it is? Maybe it was someone's spit can. That's what I'm thinking. Drop a 1 if you're in the same, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. It does look like it's cut. I just took a picture of it. Trying to get all up in people's business. Trying to find this spit can, guys. So you can't see it from this angle. You can't see it. They cut it here, but you can't see it from that angle. You can't. Oh, it is. Bingo. We just found it. It's 2758. I didn't go far enough. 2758. Woo! We're not giving up here. Okay, that is the cut can. And it had yellow residue. And I'm thinking they used it for a spit can. Tobacco. Somebody who was trying to quit vaping, but then started putting chew in their mouth or some type of chew or something of that nature. Woohoo! We did it. Dora the Explorer. We did it. We did it. Okay, there is the can. So whoever, oh, how did this link back to residue? How did this link back to the residue? The backpack. The backpack of Keystone belongs to somebody who chews tobacco. Holy, or smokes. Chews tobacco, drinking and smoking. The yellow residue. Yeah, they could have got the DNA right from this. Okay, so that's 69. I'm going to go look in the forensic reports, and I'm going to see item 69 will be returned to the submitting agency. Latent prints were observed on 69. Whoo, we're going to bring it home. Let's find out who this was. That was the K agency light can. All right. They were processed for latent prints, and they found prints. Latent prints. They took them. Latent prints you can't see. They have to apply a chemical, whether it be Blue Star or whatever. They applied a chemical and they found the prints on item 69, the beer can. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's go see if we can find what 69 was. And I'm just going to put item 69. I'm going to go through all the unredacted that were just released the other day. Vanity swab from second beer can. Let's see what it says. IEP said they contain 18 LLCs, 6 lifts from item 68, 8 lifts from 68, 66, 8 lifts from 68, and 4 lifts from item 69. 4 prints on item 69. That was page 1249. All right. And that was report 23. This is important because they go by report numbers. And this was said to be the latent prints for 60. I want 69. Were entered and searched through MBIS. There were no candidates generated, which means this person has never been arrested, never been in trouble with the law. Bryan doesn't drink or smoke. Thank you for that, Caleb. You are awesome. Usually people use cans to spit, dip, or chew in. Yes, Inked Mama, you are spot on. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so 69. They put the prints through the system. They weren't able to find any prints in the MBIS system. Y'all, are you enjoying the live today? Drop a 1. Drop a 1 for what we've been talking about and what's been uncovered so far in the last couple of hours. This is huge. Just by reviewing little things, little details, we find massive information and we gain massive momentum. I just have to say thank you for all you OGs and everyone who helps contribute. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe, hype, whatever you want to do. Tag a friend. Share, because we find some of the most interesting things that no one else is talking about. And why are they not talking about the important things? They're over there talking about, oh gosh, don't get me started. I'll get spicy and hot. All right. Whew, let me take a drink of ice cold water. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Whew. All right, let's do it. Let's find out where these prints may lead us. Remember, we follow all the evidence no matter where it takes us. No matter where. Okay, so 69 was put in MBIS. No candidates were generated. That means that they've never been in trouble with the law. Latent prints analysis comparison was discontinued at the request of the submitting agency. What? This was on 12/13? 3 days after they had that big wig meeting on the 10th? What? No way. They stopped trying to find out whose prints these were. Oh my God. They didn't want to know. Maybe they already knew. Oh my gosh. Latent prints analysis and comparison was discontinued at the request of the submitting agency. And who was the agency? Moscow Police Department. Right here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm just, right there. Third, latent print analysis and comparison was discontinued at the request of the submitting agency. The submitting agency is MPD. If additional analysis or comparison is needed, please contact the laboratory. Saved again, probably for a later date. Shame on you, Moscow. Shame on you, in my humble opinion. Oh, yes. It could have been pot. It could have been chew. It could have been anything. They didn't want to know who the latent prints are. They got 4 prints right here. 4 prints from item 69. 4. I can't make this stuff up, guys. Jeez. They got 8 lifts from item 68. Which one was 68? Oh, let's go back. Item 68 was the first can. I bet you the same person used the same 1 can to drink out of and 1 can to spit. Oh my word. So they had 12 prints total if that was the same person drinking and chewing tobacco or whatever they were doing. And 68 was the beer can 1 on the vanity and beer can 2 on the vanity that was torn. And 66 was the beer can from the stairs. They had prints on all these items. Guys. Holy moly. So item 66 was the beer can from the stairs. So whoever was drinking the beer downstairs in Bethany's room may or may not have been the same person that was drinking the beer on the stairs. They swabbed them all, and they got over 12, how many prints? 1 Keystone Light, 2 Keystone Light, 3 Keystone Light cans. They were observed or developed. They got the latent prints. 3 latent prints with markings. And they stopped searching on the 13th of December. Oh my God, I'm going to have to make a video of that, or just take this and make a video. I can't believe this. And that was the end of the report. And then they put the latent prints and the pictures of the cans here and redacted some. Wow. Moscow told them to stop searching. That's where the prints were. It could have put individuals at the scene of the crime. Jeez. If this is how investigations are ran, I'm scared for the future of a lot of people. These, at this point, it's looking like an intentional big potential alleged cover-up. Huge. Giant. There's the kitchen windows prints that I just talked about that said it had residue. Wow. I just have to bow my head in silence for a minute because I can't comprehend the police not doing their freaking job to find the criminals that did this. And here I was going to talk about the sliding prints, but I'm glad we talked about beer can prints, beer can residue, and report 23. 24 is still missing, guys. 24 is missing. I cannot believe they stopped searching 3 days after they had their big wig meeting on December the 10th. Wow. What now? Someone has got to know. What now? What do we do? What call to action do we take? Temu investigations. Yes, vaping is so much worse for you. Ugh. 1 or 2 mess ups, we can forgive. But more? I hope that your eyes have been open to what we're seeing. Why collect all this evidence if they're not going to test it? If they'll test it at a later date. What did they do? Give them time to get away with whatever they needed to get away with? And then what is going on in this case? It is a disservice. It makes my heart hurt for them. If their parents want justice, how are they going to get it? How are they going to get it by suing WSU? You know, this big drop came out right before they go to court on Monday. It just blows my mind. They got electronics, handwritten journals. I wonder what was in Kaylee's journal. I wonder what was in her phone. I wonder if she had evidence of what happened. Was she recording at the time of this? And then the notes were very clear. They were searching and they did check off firearms. That's what made me dive into this. The book never talked about it. The book went with the regular narrative that everyone else has been going with. Want to keep us from looking at the truth, in my humble opinion. It is a great disservice. They can't handle truth dealers sharing the truth. Yeah. The truth seekers. I really need to quit smoking. I got patches, but I can't see how that'll help me quit. It's hard. I used to drink the Diet Dr. Pepper. It also had formaldehyde and antifreeze in Diet Dr. Pepper. What? I just have to fact check this. I know you're a nurse, but I have to fact. Dr. Pepper, I know people who drink this all day long. Oh, formaldehyde and antifreeze? That's poison. There is no evidence that it contains regarding antifreeze. The straight dope has addressed a similar question. Polyethylene glycol. Oh my gosh. Which is obviously 1 or 2 molecules away from polymer. It has the same toxic effect as antifreeze. Ethylene glycol is extremely dangerous if ingested, while PEGs are used in trace amounts in food and beverages. Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, okay? I'm going to tell you right now. This is wild that you said this. I have been trying to get people to stop drinking Dr. Pepper. Okay? Mountain Dew has orange juice in it. I truly believe they did this drop. Yeah, I do too. They always do release information. This is wild. So I pray that, and hope and give you all the great healing prayers to stop drinking antifreeze, which is toxic, just the same as, oh my gosh. They just put just a little. It's just a little. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. It's chemically straight dope. Oh my gosh. You guys, you can go out and read this. This is a message board. Dr. Pepper is chemically known as antifreeze. You can go and look around. Canada lactic actic is the same as polyethylene glycol. Mystic Spices. Oh my gosh, this is wild, folks. Well, there's your PSA for the day. Now, I don't know if you all know this, but I've been around a little while and the internet streets are really, is believe me, we had dial up before the public had dial up in the military. So, I was on the verge of all kinds of different technology. But let me tell you, in the early days, right when my daughter was diagnosed with um, 12 major food allergies, my son was born and I refused to give him vaccinations. And I told him, well, we'll do delayed vaccinations. Delayed. We'll go delayed. And at 19 months, I said, I didn't know any better at the time. And I educated myself and researched. And I researched so much that I was the very first individual on social media to share that most health insurances pay doctors kickbacks on vaccination rates in their clinics. And boy, was I shunned, and oh my gosh, I was the original person out there that was telling people, hey, your doctor's making money off of your kids' vaccinations. Did you know that? And they had no idea. That was kind of like their kickback, their incentive, their sales pitch. It was wild when I was on the internet and that happened. It was absolutely wild. Do you know why Coke was cold? Yep, cocaine. They get hooked on that crack. Oh my gosh. Yeah, smoking, smoking is a hard addiction to stop. I've seen people go through it. It is hard. But the families won't win the lawsuit against the college. That's why they don't want to know. Absolutely. They put themselves in that position. They wanted the truth. They didn't get the truth. Now they're trying to find out a different way. I don't know if they really want money, but I think they're looking more for justice for their kids. And people can relate. Oh, smoking pot got more expensive. Drinking Peppy is like battery acid, but I love it. Oh my gosh. Everyone is trying to quit something, right? I'm trying to quit swearing. Thank God I'm not really addicted to anything except for water and green tea. Let's see. No, beer. If you want to stop drinking beer, start drinking warm beer. And before drinking it, smell it. You'll stop. Oh, all the barley and the hops and the ugh. I didn't. Thank God you didn't. Until they went to school. Pomegranate juice. Oh, I can't even drink juice. It's so sweet. Yes, you can. My brother went from a 3 nicotine to 0. Oh, interesting. Now he makes his own juice. Your brain will smell like it'll smell fish water. I don't even like beer. I won't even smell it. Mix it with cherry juice. I use Coke to clean the rust. Remember back in the days they used to show those commercials that you cleaned your toilet bowl with Coke? Yeah, prescriptions, they always contain some form of naturopathic ingredient. It's always that way with prescriptions or some chemical anomaly. I wonder how CrimeCon. Well, that's great that you just said that because I've got a video teed up on CrimeCon. Are you guys ready? Let's throw a little different in here, something different. I actually had this video pulled up a little while ago. I had it teed up at a certain spot. Where'd it go? Dang it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it the minute that you were going to say that. I had it teed up so I could go right to the spot I wanted us to watch. Here it is. Here we go. Let me put it on my screen for you. Whoop, whoop. I'm glad you mentioned that. Here it is. All right. Let's see what they got going on. This is behind the stage. These are mostly the vendors that they're showing us.
The Child Rescue Coalition
Hopefully you enjoyed that interview. Go check it out.
Okay, we got a lot of merch, guys. Check this out. It'll be on our website. People have been buying a lot of stuff.
Let's see if we recognize anyone.
Yeah, it's awesome. Come check out the channel.
Yes, we will. That's awesome. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Okay, do you want to walk around?
Yep. Somebody have my phone?
I do.
Okay. Should we move these so somebody doesn't try to take my hand?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Let's go walk.
Pushing your face.
This is in Las Vegas, by the way.
You can show. Why don't you show them all the other people?
Those are all the vendors. Body bags.
You know, they're good. I mean, got a crime talk, but they're pretty good. And who's this lady? I think I've seen her twice. Nancy.
I've never heard of her.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it.
She's a lot of good.
Are they still on?
Yeah.
I should have me on. Nancy Grace.
Do you have a card? I think that's famous guy.
My dad's he's a pilot, so I know. Oh, wait.
That's Nancy Grace, Crime Online.
Citation change.
That's what we need.
To fight with Nancy?
Did she just say?
On TV too, so this is good.
We have a YouTube channel.
Should she? She just said we need someone to go on with Nancy that's going to fight with her. Shoot, put me up there. I'll fight her all day long.
Do you guys have a booth?
Yeah, we're 3 booths down. So
Okay. I'll have these. I don't have those all, please.
In fact, and I'll go toe to toe with her on the IDAHO4 case. If anybody's out there listening, let's put me and her together, and we'll duke it out.
Let's have you on collaborate on YouTube.
This is
I'm you can see it. Watch the KEYSTONE.
That guy in the gray hair with the gray hair. Oh, I saw him and I was like, he looks famous.
He looks famous.
We'll come back and
we're trying to get a Nancy Grace.
yeah, focus. I have to get that.
Focus.
That's trying to get on Nancy Grace, I guess. Here we
He's
go.
trying to promote
There's Bryan
himself.
Ensign. If you watch the Guthrie case, you know Bryan. He's hanging out. There he is, fixing his hair.
He's short, by the way.
Where's the mic?
I like this guy. We're gonna make this happen. Thank you so much. We always want
That girl's shoes.
We always get the balance.
All right, come on, let's move forward. He's gonna stand there forever.
Give you a
and talk
look.
to the girl.
Who's set up here?
Yeah, I heard DA is
Educational
there.
awareness, true crime, all. Let's see what else we got over here.
Shaky cameraman.
Forensic tales. Let's see here. Let's go down this way. Let's take a look. As you can see, several rows here. Up here's our One of our favorite fans. We're live. All right, here we go. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's go over here. Gold Shields, Chris on Crime. Ah, who's this guy? Profiling Evil. How are you, sir? We're live here. Let's see if.
Oh, I have to, yeah, do this because I have to get a gratuitous hug.
Yay!
Friend, how are you?
Doing well.
I haven't seen you in like 5 years.
Oh, we're live?
We're live.
Who doesn't love Scott? I can't think of any.
I don't know.
You? I mean, seriously.
Oh, hey,
You're always.
Profiling Evil. Make sure you subscribe. If you're here at Crime Con, Sunday morning, I'm going to be talking about coercive control, the root of all evil.
It is manipulation, right? Yeah.
Well, so how's the show?
Everything's doing great, you know.
I have walked by a couple of times and it was jam-packed, so that's awesome. I think
We just got hit. All our free stuff we're giving away. We're having to ration it so we can make it through the weekend now,
that's great.
which is a good problem to have.
So, folks, this is something that I didn't specifically have designed with Scott in mind, but it says profiling evil because bad breath is a crime.
So J is for Justice is at CrimeCon too also. I've met that guy over at Nancy Guthrie's when I went to her house. I gotta put this on mute. This guy, I met that guy. He was over at Nancy Guthrie's. So that is so weird. Looking for other videos on CrimeCon. I haven't seen too many. Let me see if anyone's tagged any on the TikTok streets. Let me see. Let's see who else is out there. Tons of Forensic Tales, Hunter. There is this. Just looking to see who's there. CrimeCon day 1, day 2. Convention. Oh, that's great. How many serial killers are in the crowd? CrimeCon, Jesse Webster. That is such a wild case. Another one. Let me hit the sound off before I get all these. They're at the Caesar's Palace. They're talking about the cruise. They're talking about all these other things. Dead man's hand forensics. $8,000. Wow. Let's see what he's got to say. California kid. Former con. Webster. What? That's not Britney. Not the Britney Spears at CrimeCon. How cheesy was that? Those are all the people that are there, have booze. Rex Human. Douglas, yeah. Y'all can't hear anything? You can't hear that video? Testing, testing. Can you hear the video now? You guys didn't say anything for that long? What? Hello, hello, hello. Testing, did you guys hear?
About to go into our panel. I'm so excited to be interviewed. Thank you for having me do this for you. I mean, it's amazing. So one of the big questions that I wanted to take away from, and a lot of people should know this, what your work is not rehabilitate. It is part of the investigation, but you are interviewing people after they commit a horrific crime, after they commit a murder. What have you learned about their behavior, how they react after committing just atrocities like this?
Very, very nonchalant, very, very normal about the crimes. They don't really, they're narcissistic, most of these guys, self-centered. And the hardest part is to get them to relax afterwards in an environment. Say, if we had an environment where it's being filmed like this and the guy was here, it takes about 3 to 5 hours where they start forgetting about the camera. And the other thing is about them. What I try to do in the interviews is go in with no paperwork, and I memorize the entire case. And I kind of act almost like a psychotherapist, but I'm dealing in behavior, pre-offense, post-offense behavior, victim selection, all those kind of things. But rarely do they show remorse. If there's any kind of crime, it's usually that their life is ruined, that they got to spend the rest of their life in prison or get the death penalty.
I read that you said you had at one point brought recorders in, and then you said that was a big mistake. You don't bring them in anymore. And that's big because, like you said, you're trying to build that relationship, which did make me wonder, did they ever feel like they had a friendship with you, like a social bond?
Yes. Oh, very much so.
Did you feel, did you ever feel that the same way?
Yeah, because like with the Kemper, I really didn't. I even said it, I liked the guy. I liked the guy. He was very personable, very introspective. You learned a lot from him. Not that I would let him out. He still, and he may have had a horrific childhood, but he was able to make choices, and the choice was to kill. And I'm really big on no rehabilitation for these people. You cannot change their thinking. You cannot rehabilitate people who never were rehabilitated to begin with. But you do see a trend in the backgrounds, of them, and then based upon their experiences in life, where they turn out to be Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, or they be a David Berkowitz, kind of an assassination style of killing. This Rex Uhrman now up in Long Island, who, by the way, has read my books. I don't know if you heard about that. He's read the Mindhunter book, and apparently I just heard they let him look at it again. He's made like 200 different annotates in the book that this really fits with me. This particular thing doesn't quite fit with me. And
would you want the opportunity to speak to him?
Yeah, I may have a very good shot. I may have a really good shot. The BAU, they're going to interview him. Then as a show is going to interview him, Texas Crew. But it looks like I may have a good shot because I spoke to him, and he wants to know why. He wants to know and why he doesn't have these feelings after he kills him. He does,
what do you say?
There's something wrong. Well, you just listen to him, and you just try. You take him through. This is your life, Rex Uhrman. You just take him back there. There has to be something. It has to be a trigger that set him off. And here you got a guy 6'4". He weighs about 300 pounds. Bullied. He was a bully, and you expect this guy was bullied, kind of like Ed Kemper was. The same kind of.
So wait a minute. Let me get this right. John Douglas has gone and spoken with Rex Uhrman. Okay, the Giglio Beach guy. But how come Doug has not went and talked with Bryan Kohberger yet? Why is that?
Deal with him.
I know we have to walk soon, but I have to ask you real quick before we go. So we're at CrimeCon. The number one case I get asked about, the number one that everybody's focusing on. They just put it in the promo
I know
video.
what you're going to say.
I got to get your thoughts on Guthrie.
Yeah,
I mean, it's one of the most strangest cases I've ever covered. I imagine you the same. You have thoughts on it from your...
But the only thing I'm going to say is with that is the reasons why I wouldn't be doing the interviews, and the reason why, and what's wrong with some of the people who are spouting off about the case without having the facts of the case. Because if you don't have the facts of the case, you could be wrong. You're not going to be right on the case. But when I was turning on television, seeing these people one after another, and then one came up recently. Well, there's 4 possibilities.
Yeah.
4 possibilities. I mean, you're going to hit on one of them. And I'm just. It looks like the case was mishandled. That's the other problem.
The biggest part of the
that's a problem for us.
Oh, I'd love to get his take on the Idaho4. He just said the Nancy Guthrie case, not Nancy Grace. The Nancy Guthrie case was mishandled. Well, how about the Idaho4? Guy that's behind bars didn't do this crime.
Let's see, we have a lot to talk about, so let's go to our panel. John Douglas, thanks so much.
Let's see, we're going now.
Yeah, that mention of...
All right, so that's a little bit on CrimeCon, and we're heading up for the next part of our 6 hour. Where are we at right now? We are at 4 hours and 39 minutes. So, all that information on the residue, the DNA, the forensics, the beer cans, wow. I still can't get over some of that. It's just wild. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. So why do you think that case they haven't found anything that made sense? I wish we would have some answers, and probably told BK don't talk to anyone but me. Fireballs, heart of gold, fireballs. I saw a TikTok about a lady that needed mental health and dies in jail. So sad. I didn't see that, Brenda Frey. Tag me or send it to me if you've seen it. I couldn't believe that about JLR. It's like, wow. I think I saw a video on him over at CrimeCon. I think I did see a video. He was in, this one.
Wait for Alex and Ted. Come on in. Las Vegas. Waiting for Alex and Ted. Morning, folks.
What is he doing? Streaming
going
Nancy
on here?
Guthrie from Vegas?
Good evening. What's your
Nice
name?
Cassandra.
Hi, Cassandra. How are you? Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet
Got
you.
your family out here?
Awesome. Go to Fremont. Have a good day.
Well, they fit right in. Going out on the town.
Ted's at
Entertainment.
Chippendale.
I'm going to mute this because the music playing in the background. That's inside. Oh, that's inside outside. And he's just got a video of going around. All fun. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. All right. So that was it for him. That was kind of, yeah. All right. So if you guys got any other, let me see if I can see anything else interesting going on there. Let's see. Where is the real people? I don't see any real people out there. Who went that we know that is like real life following the case? Why are the G's Chapins? Where are the G's? I don't know. People must be in auditorium for shows. They might be in breakout sessions. In a crowd like that, I get panic attacks. I'm not a fan. Neither am I. And also filtered his email. Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me. All right, we'll catch you later. Come back on. We'll be here. Donna Rosa, you are so welcome. I can't believe she even filtered his mail. I don't know. It is kind of fake. I don't think Lana went. Let me look and see if anyone else is there. That, I mean, drop some names that are giving us the real story. They're saying that DA is there. Let me go look. Have anybody seen any videos? Where are the truther crimes? Truthers. Let's see. CrimeCon. I haven't seen any videos. Lives, shorts. I've seen some shorts. No videos. Members only. He put members only for CrimeCon. He's got some, but it's members only. Caesar's Palace, Parkade, CrimeCon, upgrading our phones, members only. He put them on members only. I didn't see any lives. No other videos. Posts. I won't be on my channel tonight. That was weeks ago. 4 weeks ago was his last post. So that was it. So I don't see anything on him. But let's get back into the jacks, the queens, the king on queens. What about the jacks on queens? We have Jack Decor, Jack Showalter. What's with all these jacks? And, you know, jacks can also be a symbol, folks. Jacks can be seen as a symbol in the house of cards. It can be also, you know, in playing cards, a jack is traditionally a messenger, a servant to the king, a soldier, a warrior, someone who acts on behalf of higher powers. A jack in playing cards can also be in the middle, not the highest rank, but not the lowest rank either. In older card decks, a jack was often known as a knave, Knave, meaning a young male or attendant. And symbolically, a jack in a carded decks is often associated with action, movement, secrets, messages, loyalty, hidden agendas, and the go-betweens. Did you know all that? Did you know all that? It's a wild game, folks. And even 4chan mentioned it. Sure did. It's an Asian game, Jack Kill. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and you know what? No, he didn't take down that copyright strike. I still have one. It'll expire because I fought back and they said it was bogus, but it'll expire. But karma's a bitch. What comes around goes around. So don't be shocked if he ever complains about something because it wasn't me. I just wait for karma to do its thing. That's it. So when you start thinking about Jax, and we see that both of these Jacks and a Connor are yet involved, what's the first thing that comes to the mind when I say Jack Decor? What is the first thing that comes to your mind when I say Jack Decor? Was someone trying to frame Jack? I love the nest. Was this the first time it was an all-female residence? Yeah, the year before that, there was a guy that lived there with Maddie, and he was a guitar player, singer, and he was an athlete from another country. Really starting to think BK supposedly took the fall. Even the family has been quiet. If this was my son, brother, I would be screaming. I agree 100%. I agree. You know, I think, in my humble opinion, I don't think I would be able to look at myself in the mirror knowing that perhaps justice wasn't served and I didn't stand up enough. Possessive, unstable, Kaylee, jealous, Kaylee, possessive. So when you think Coeur d'Alene, when you think of Jack Decor, that's the first thing that comes to my mind also. I kind of put controlling. He was trying to control a situation he could not control. I think he was just hoping and waiting that Kaylee would be back with him. They would make up and continue on and she wouldn't move. And I think maybe he snapped. In my humble opinion, you know the FBI statistics I've always shared with you. And who would have known the name of Bryan Kohberger, to throw it out there? I mean, we don't even really know who Bryan Kohberger is. We've definitely looked, but we don't still know to this day. He's not even spoken, and he remains silent. No interviews, no documentaries, no book, no articles, nothing. Only still the mainstream media sharing Kohberger as being the cold-blooded killer. And did you know, factually, Kohberger's aunt in Las Vegas, ironically, since CrimeCon is there, his aunt spoke up in an article, and that is the only article I have ever found in regards to Bryan Kohberger's relatives speaking up. So what did Bryan Kohberger's family have to say about the Idaho 4 murders? Suspect's aunt discusses her nephew's fate. Bryan Kohberger's lawyer told the court that he would stand silent and a judge would submit not guilty plea on his behalf, and he has remained silent. Moscow, Idaho, in the wake of one of the most shocking murder cases in recent years, the family of Bryan Kohberger has broken their silence, offering a poignant insights into their perspective and the tragedy that unfolded in Idaho. This was published in October of 23. The 28-year-old suspect was described as an odd character and very reclusive. So how did he, reclusive and driving at night alone. Sorry for all these ads, but this is the article I'm reading. During his upbringing, there were no discernible signs of violence in his past. That doesn't sound like somebody that the FBI would profile and get a tip and come up with a name. Does it? That doesn't make sense to me in my brain when I start thinking, well, how did they come up with his name? How did they It doesn't sound like the profile that they're looking for. Kohberger's heartbroken aunt shared her chilling thoughts on her nephew's fate, alleging, "I think he may try to unalive himself." That's what his aunt said. Basically all she said. Kohberger's family primarily resides in Las Vegas. Most of his family is in Las Vegas. I found some of his family members in Las Vegas. I found their social medias. They have migrated from the East Coast many years ago, while his parents, Michael and Marianne, and Michael's 3 siblings remain in Pennsylvania. According to Kohberger's Las Vegas relatives, the case had been nothing short of surreal. Yeah, I wonder if he's writing a book. Why isn't he? Yeah, why isn't he waiting? Why is it a book not come out? It's been all these years. So it says his relatives in Las Vegas say the case is nothing short of surreal. Kohberger's aunt has chosen to remain anonymous, expressed her distress in the face of an unfolding tragedy. Well, Facebook, guys, you know, that book of faces. And you can go and search Kohberger, Las Vegas. There's quite a bit of them up there. And let's see what we find. Robert Lee. Let's just look at Robert. Remember, we're just looking public records. Do not harass or stalk anyone, folks. Not cool. And you can go through and you can see what some of the topics are, what they talk about, how they interact with family, and you can actually go see a little bit more, right? There's family members in here. Definitely connections. You can go see what they talk about, what they share, what they like. It's all public knowledge. Yeah, there's the G's. A little ad popped up for CrimeCon. You know, are they there? Have they posted anything? There are quite a bit of Kohbergers in Las Vegas. So you can go and look. There's some that look like him, some family members. It's weird. Randall was in the Marines, I believe, some form of, had a twin. His twin had passed on. Now, I don't know if these are actually people that are related to Bryan Kohberger, but they have the last name Kohberger. There's a lot of connections. You can go and look all that up. But have the G's posted anything about CrimeCon yet? Let's see. Oh, yeah, they arrived 17 hours ago. Crazy busy schedule starting today. We are here for all victims. They are there for all victims. Wow, look at all those missing people. That's wild. And that is what they shared of CrimeCon so far. All right. So that's what they're up to today. So they're speaking on behalf of, obviously, the IDAHO4. I'm interested to hear what they have to say. I want to know if anybody is going to report on that. So if you do, definitely share it with us. So, you know, Bryan Kohberger's aunt remained anonymous, talked a little bit about how she thought he was going to take his own life, that they were all shocked. It's surreal, and chosen to remain anonymous, and expressed her distress in the face of the unfolding tragedy. This was released in 2023. So it was still unfolding. There had been no plea deal, no discussion. They thought they'd go to trial. They didn't feel that he was guilty. The car, obviously, the mother had pointed out very early. The FBI reported it. The book, Broken Plea, reported it, that car was not Bryan Kohberger's car. His lights were different. The front of his car was different. Then it says his aunt reported that she found herself speechless and brokenhearted when she learned the horrifying details of the crime. Now, don't get me wrong, after everything I've just shown you in Maddie's bedroom, that it looks like it possibly was shot up with some type of weapon, being a firearm, something that had velocity, power, speed to it. But yet, the official narrative was they were stabbed to death while they were sleeping. Now, this may be totally misrepresented out there in the media to the public, or this is just one massive cover up, in my opinion. And Bryan Kohberger is factually innocent. And how do we get people to pay attention to the potential bullet hole in the exterior wall, the bullet hole allegedly in the window, the bullet holes all ravished inside Maddie's bedroom? How in the world do we get past that? Who addresses that? How in the world does somebody get to the conclusion and jump from they were stabbed and they were sleeping to now maybe there's a possible another assailant that used a weapon in addition to Bryan Kohberger, when we factually know that Bryan Kohberger's DNA, his car was clean, no forensic details that would show he was guilty of anything, not in his car, his apartment, the crime scene, or his office. How do we jump to that next conclusion where all of a sudden in the media, no, these victims were maybe assaulted with a firearm potentially theory because X, Y, and Z shows this? Now, they were so concerned about him, they think he might end up taking his own life. The question of whether Kohberger can be found guilty looms large, and his aunt believes that he will. Now, I don't know if they had other evidence on Kohberger. They've never shared. But everything that they have shared so far leads up to other people involved. Her primary desire, his aunt, is for the truth to come to light. And she would like to find out what led to this devastating series of events. Well, aunt of Kohberger, come watch the Truther channels, because we are digging hard and fast for the truth. She noticed that her heart goes out to the victims' families, acknowledging the immense pain they must be enduring. At the time, she alleged that Kohberger was not well and battled with mental health problems for years. Well, if it was me being accused of something I didn't do, that would be a mental challenge in battle. The aunt expressed concern on how her nephew could cope if sentenced to life in prison, indicating she thinks he might harm himself. Meanwhile, Kohberger has maintained his innocence throughout this ordeal and is expected to plead the fifth during the upcoming trial, which could last 6 weeks. Who is this aunt? Who is this anonymous aunt source? Who's writing this article? Right? She wishes to remain anonymous, but she's maintained his innocence throughout the deal. And how would she know that he was going to expect to plead the fifth in the upcoming trial? How would she have known that? Due to the comprehensive gag order, few details have emerged about the case. Excuse me? Most of these details were put out from the media with misinformation. How in the world was information being leaked? Anonymous sources that won't be named. And the family has been grappling with a lot of drama for reasons not disclosed due to legal restrictions. Kohberger's aunt provides a glimpse into his early years as describing him as humble and quiet. Well, how does somebody get from humble to quiet to a mass quadruple homicide, a murderer, alleged? She acknowledged he struggles with depressive episodes and has been on medication, although the specifics remain unclear. Well, he wasn't on any medication that he said other than thyroid, right? Thyroid. Maybe, where did they get this information from? She alleged, if you're not on the right medication, you can be triggered. I think he may have snapped. Who is it? Who exactly is she talking about? Because this sounds like somebody else that may have snapped. Right? It sounds like somebody who had documented mental health issues. And it just is so odd. Yeah, you don't just wake up one day and become a dangerous assassin, a ninja, Spider-Man, Deadpool. You just don't. You don't. And this aunt alleges that I don't have an answer for why he was depressed. I guarantee he had a wonderful childhood. How can you say that in the same sentence? He was humble and quiet, but now he's depressed and he had a wonderful childhood. Who is this mystery aunt? Michael, his dad, is a wonderful man. He was a janitor and his wife is a beautiful woman. She's a teacher and they work for the same school. While family members maintain their support for Kohberger, his two sisters, Amanda and Melissa, have reportedly faced job loss due to their association with him, leaving the family in a difficult financial situation. That's all this article wrote. That's the only thing from an anonymous source aunt that has ever been said. And I wonder if the family knows who this aunt is that spoke to Anna Matthew, sorry. She's a news writer at MeAw, covering U.S. politics, crime, and global reporting. Well, why would this even be for U.S. politics, crime, and global reporting? Driven by a quest to unveil stories behind closed doors, she is fueled in a pursuit of fairness, aiming to expose systematic flaws and celebrate for potential justice. What? Why isn't she not advocating for his innocence? Writing this in 2023, there was already tons of documents in the repository. Tons. That she could have verified some of this nasty news. Well, Anna, if you're out there watching, let's speed it up. Let's get you up to speed. Read the court docs, watch a couple of interviews and some hearings, and let's get you up to speed with all the ISP documents. Let's get the journalist or news writers to cover the truth, the real story. Let's get to it. Let's get to the truther stories. Because this house of cards are fallen, baby, and they need to fall faster. We need to see some more documents, some more FOIAs being answered. We need to get to the bottom of the truth. You know, the simple saying, the truth will set you free. It may indeed. It just may. Now, I don't know about you, but the last hour, I was going to leave it as a free live dig, and we are at that hour now. What would you like to go and on a field trip? I'll take you with me. What would you like to go and dig? Is there any topic that you have been dying to uncover, to look at? I'm about to snap. Yeah, Bryan N has been the main MSN anonymous source the whole time. I kind of feel that too, Lolo. I do. Phoenix, I heard maybe it's just a rumor. If BK didn't take the plea deal, they were going to charge his parents as conspiracy after the fact. Well, how? What information did they have on conspiracy? And speaking of that, wowzers. Let me go to the repository since we're going to go on a live dig. Let me go to the repository and I am going to bring up some documents. Bryan Kohberger in the early days, and I'm talking early days. Let me find this. It was in 23. I remember seeing it. I don't remember where I put the file. Let me go look at the original. There was something he signed that made me think, why would he not answer a couple of questions? Let me just pull it up real quick. Where is it? They had him sign something. Let me see. What was it they had him signed? Order to seal and redact. It was before the sealing. Non-dissemination order. Notice of appearance. Is that what they had him sign? That was for the G's. That was gray. Request for discovery. Was that it? No, that was not it. A notification of rights. Okay, here it is. Now, I'm going to share this with you all. I went back and I started looking at some of the documents they had made him sign in the early days. We're talking about, this was filed on the when was this? January 5th of 2023. Wrong one. Shoot. And notification of rights. Here it is. All right. Look at this. Now let's keep an open mind. We are here to look at evidence and facts, no rumors. So notification of rights, they charged him with a felony, 4 counts of murder in the first degree and burglary. Okay. And this was pretty interesting. Is there a Venmo or a Cash App for, hold on a minute. There is, if you want to do a super chat or a Cash App. In Tip the Host today, I'm doing for the mods also, 100% goes to the mods. It's very important that you read this, okay? And it says, we'll go line by line. So this is a 3-page document that they had him initial and sign. This is after they went and got him in Pennsylvania, all right? And it says, you have the absolute right to remain silent and the privilege against self-incrimination. The state cannot force you to testify against yourself. Any statement you make is part of the record and can be used against you. Okay? He signed off on it. You have the right to represent yourself and present your case without the aid of an attorney, which he initialed. It's very difficult to do that if you're not an attorney. You have the right to hire your own attorney to represent you in this matter. If you wish to be represented by an attorney but feel you can't afford one, you may apply to the court to appoint an attorney for you. And you may be required to repay the county for the attorney's fees. That's obviously restitution. It falls under a couple of different things. And 4, under the law, you are presumed innocent until you plead guilty or proven as such. Okay? Or as proven as such, which is wild. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thanks for the Cash App. Now, listen to 5. The charges pending before the court are felony matters. If you are charged by the criminal complaint, they must set a preliminary hearing within 14 days if you are in custody or 21 days if you're not in custody, unless you waive the time period. Okay? Now, he was in custody. This is a criminal complaint. At the preliminary hearing, which never happened, number 6, the state must prove there is more than probable cause. Anne was fighting that from day one. The robbery charges when you break into somewhere, if you go into someone's house, it is burglary without permission. Burglary is breaking or going into someone's house without permission. The preliminary hearing never happened. In the state, remember, you always have a first initial hearing. He stayed silent. I just told you in the last article, he stayed silent. The judge entered a not guilty verdict for him, which is wild. If the state meets the minimal burden of proof, you will be bound over to the district court to answer the charges, where you will then enter a plea. They skipped this whole thing and went right to the district court. If you were being charged by a grand jury, which they did, you will be arraigned on that indictment before any other court, and they left it blank. 8, you have the right to a public and speedy jury trial or court trial. If your case goes to trial, the burden will be upon the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. At trial, you can question any witness. You have the right. This is a constitutional right to basically go before your accuser and question them. You have that right. You can call any witness who's going to testify against you and call your own witnesses to testify for you, as well as present evidence on your behalf. If you are not satisfied with the court's decision, you may appeal to the next higher court, so long as your notice of appeal is filed within 42 days of the entry of decision. He didn't have that option. If you are in custody, you have the following additional rights. That you have the right to communicate with an attorney or immediate family, and reasonable means will be provided for you to do so. You have the right to bail, which is an amount of money necessary to allow your release and ensure your presence in court at a future date. He initialed. If you have been arrested or being held on a charge from a county other than this county, you may request in writing that you wish to plead guilty to the charge to this county and consent to a disposition of the case in the county which you were being arrested, held, or present, subject to approval by the prosecutors in each county. Now, why when they arrested Kohberger in Pennsylvania, usually that extradition takes time. Did both states behind the curtain communicate? Did both agencies behind the curtain say, oh yeah, we'll go and grab him and we'll bring him back to Idaho? On a probable cause that was a bunch of BS. Wow. That is amazing. And then he goes ahead and signs off on 11, and then it comes to 12. Your exercise of any of these rights shall not be held against you. I feel they always hold your civil and constitutional rights against you. If you have any questions about these rights, ask the judge in the next hearing. He signed off on 12. Please mark the appropriate box to the following questions. Now, this is what really blows my mind away. Please mark the appropriate box to the following questions. Have you received a copy of the charges document filed in this case? He marked yes. Do you understand what you've been charged with? He marked yes. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at this time? He marked no. Has anyone made any promises or coerced you to act in this manner? And that box was never checked yes or no. Did anybody realize the ramifications of not checking this box? How did they overlook him not checking a box? Anyone? That's wild. Then you move on to the next one. Would you like the court to read the charge document to you? He marked yes. Please choose only one of the following options that indicate how you wish to be represented in this matter. He says, I wish to apply for a court-appointed attorney. To apply for a court attorney. And then he marks, I wish to waive my right to be represented by an attorney. I will represent myself. No. He only picked two because it says choose one of the following options, but he checked two. How did no one sit there with him and say, wait a minute, you only need to check one of these? I wish to waive my right to be represented by an attorney. I will represent myself. What? He marked no. Somebody who had him fill this out, and I've seen this before, folks. They don't explain this to you. They assume you understand this without knowing this. They assume. If you're on probation or a parole, and a plea of guilty could serve as a basis for violating your probation or parole. So that is another one. Yet he never checked this. Has anyone made any promises or coerced you to act in this manner? By not checking this box, the house of cards is going to fall very fast. By not checking this box, he has put on the record, if you think about it, he has never said anything without saying anything. That is a big, huge red flag. He didn't mark yes or no. And that is saying, hey, take a look at this. Someone needs to come and take a look at what's happening. To me, in my opinion. And listen to this. If you are not a citizen of the United States and you plead guilty or are found guilty, you could be removed from the country, excluded from entering this country, and denied the opportunity to obtain legal status or become a naturalized citizen. Now, I think this is pretty normal on paperwork, but remember what I said earlier in some of the other oddities that have happened in this case with national security and three-letter agencies. Just keep this in mind when I tell you this. What if the name and the person Bryan Kohberger is not a U.S. citizen? What if he's not a U.S. citizen? It says, if you are not a citizen of the United States, if you plead guilty or found guilty, you could be removed from the country. If you were not. And I always thought, what was actually happening in Moscow, Idaho? That the national security, the Department of Homeland Security would get involved. And what does the Department of National Homeland Security operate? ICE, right? ICE isn't just for one country, it's for all countries. It's for all countries. And this case goes much higher than just the murders at 1122 King Road. There was another document that I looked at, and it was the forensic document. Let me see if I can find it real quick to show you. They had the name Bryan Kohberger, but they couldn't find anything on him. They had the name Bryan Kohberger, folks. The analyst that was tasked with giving the information to go find in the database couldn't find any information on Bryan Kohberger. Couldn't find anything. Okay? Now, there was even a text that went back and forth from the FBI. JT is Jeff Tanzola. And they say they were talking about a stain. Using chemicals to clean it would potentially cause other problems. Best to just replace it. They were talking about the stains in the house. Okay? And they're coordinating this effort to go and arrest him in Pennsylvania. And they're asking, they'll be there shortly. There's files to finish. And basically, will they need to do any photographs of him? Well, we already know that happened. They did take photographs. The only other thing that looked suspicious to me in some of these text messages from the FBI is that I've already shared that with you the other day, that there were no prints on the knife sheath. No prints. So how did they actually, right here, no prints on the sheath. And then obviously the skid mark that they were investigating. Let me go back a little. These were the text messages from the FBI, I believe, to the ISP. Latent prints processing report is approved and released. Nice. Any print appearing? No prints on the sheath. Sorry, not better news. It is what it is. Right there. No prints on sheath. Sorry, no better news. Well, then how in the hell can you have no prints on a sheath? And if they use the chemicals to try to get prints off of there and there was none, how did they even get his DNA if there were no? How would you get DNA if there's no prints? You have to touch something in order to get DNA. So how is the FBI saying, hey, what did you find? Any prints appearing? No prints on the sheath. Sorry, not better news. How did Kohberger's name come up? Because this was on the 19th that they released no prints on the sheath. Guys, I can't make this up. Jeff, right here, Jeff Tanzola is with the FBI. Was texting whoever, didn't say who they were texting. I don't know who it was. Latent print processing report is approved and released. Nice. Any print appearing? No prints on the sheath. Sorry, not better news. It is what it is. No prints on sheath. If you, this blows my mind. If there's no prints on the sheath, how did you get DNA off of it? Somebody had to have touched it to get some prints, hence DNA. How in the world did this occur? His name came up when? When did his name come up, folks? November 19. This was in the ISP forensics download. So I assume this is the ISP talking with Jeff Tanzola at the FBI. This is the date that Payne, Officer Payne, Detective Payne, testified that they got his name on the 19th. And look at what time the prints are. The details are at 5:20 p.m. Can you believe that? This case every day gets wilder and wilder. 11/19 is the same time and the same date that Detective Payne testifies and says, we got Bryan Kohberger's name on the 19th. Can't make this up. Sorry, not better news. ISP was talking with the FBI. Didn't they fire Othram? And they went with someone else? Correct. He was invited to the meeting per the emails. Absolutely right, Rolo. Yep, he was invited to the meeting. Now what are we going to do? And then they also had another meeting on December 10th. Those dates are so important. The gameplay, the playbook, whatever they had to do to keep the university protected and safe. And also, what was November 19th? Well, if we go back and we look at the repository, that was around the time. Hold on a minute. Let me just take a peek at this. November 19th. They put the non-dissemination order in place in January. But let me just see what this says. Hold on. The timeline is wild. The 19th. I think when people started piecing this together, that's when they put the gag order in place. Yep. Notice of hearing, order to seal, order to seal. All these started to be sealed. Grand jury, motion, order to seal and redact. All of these orders to seal. Everything was sealed, and that's when the order was put into place. Crazy. It is wild. Remember, Othram, by their own admission, exclusively worked with the FBI. Exclusively. That was a video that we watched with Cellbrite when they said that they, Othram and Cellbrite actually exclusively worked with the FBI. It is crazy. Well, he was on the witness list. I don't know if he was actually there. I don't think we can actually say that. If we had proof he was there, that would be different. We would definitely show it. But none of his DNA pops up into any of these crimes. None of his DNA is even mentioned. Have they hidden more? He's never even mentioned except for on the witness list for the prosecution. That's all. What was he going to go and testify for the prosecution about? What was he going to say on behalf of the state? It's curious. It's curious for sure. There was another document that I was reading that they had Bryan Kohberger sign. I'm going to have to find it. I know I put it somewhere. And answer another question that I thought was curious. He never indicated for the court if he was coerced or he was told for something other than he's still not charged in the repository. Still not charged. Let me see. Can you charge a non? Why would they skip the regular court process? Unless he's in custody. I don't know. This case is just mind-boggling, turn after turn after turn. It's so deep and so convoluted and so suspicious. And that's how Jenkins inserted BK into the case. Is that when they had no prints on the knife sheath? I remember reading the emails from Pullman. Let me just pull those up again. Let me just see something. I remember, let me see. Pullman emails. We did a live dig on this too. Pullman audio secrets. I relabeled these Pullman emails. Are they cooked? Let me see. Pullman. Repository emails. Are they cooked? They let all this information out. And you know who released all these? ISP. ISP. Idaho State Police. I think they said, we're not going to play a part of this. You guys got some issues down there. And they just let them with a short rope. All right, let's take a peek at this. Here are the emails. I'm going to search something real quick. How about we search by the date? Yeah, there's an email. He's talking shit. Yep. Oh, yeah. I already shared that. We did a whole live about the students sending messages, then parents sending messages. Holy, it's crazy. Okay, so redacted. That was redacted. This is all part of it. It was in the first or second drop. I can't remember. Let me grab this. Emails. All right, here we go. Was that the... No, it couldn't have been. Hold on. No, it was Pullman Police Department that released those. Pullman Police Department, City of Pullman. Here it is. This is the records. This is the way. These are the records. Emails. Here we go. Let me see if I can unzip it real fast. I have them in a file. Who knows where I put those damn files? Pullman. I put it in a separate file so I wouldn't lose them. Serves me right. Here we go. All right. Let me grab them. This is huge. All these files. Man. There has to be... They gave him up. They served him. They gave him as a sacrifice to Moscow Police Department. We've got someone, and this has always been my thought process on this. There are Moscow police notes, right? We see the police notes, and we see that in NPD, and I've talked about this quite some time ago. We even did a whole live stream on this. The MPD files, the ones that are all together here, right here. I talked about when he says, when Bryan Kohberger was being interviewed by Gilbertson and Payne in Pennsylvania. And I know you guys remember these because I did a whole deep dive months and months and months ago about him. Remember seeing, he says, you look familiar, but he did say that he was working on special projects with Pullman. Here, let me get the document so you can see it yourself. Right here. He says, right here, when they are interviewing him, and this is supplement 194 MPD. So he says, Detective Gilbertson, when asked Kohberger about the job he mentioned, Kohberger stated he was a teaching assistant. Kohberger then talked about how busy he was and how the funding packaging that comes along with being a teacher's assistant is what makes the extra work worth it. We went down the whole rabbit hole about how much he was being paid. It was quite a bit, okay? Kohberger then discussed ongoing projects, okay? He discussed ongoing projects. Now, as a teacher's assistant, remember, his professor was directly connected with the government lab at WSU. And the government lab, mind you, that professor, John Schneider, was the former prosecuting attorney for Whitman County. All right? Make sure you understand this clear connection. Clear connection. So Kohberger was discussing the ongoing projects with WSU Pullman and Pullman PD. That is how he's connected with this case. He knows John Schneider, the professor. He possibly knows other people in WSU PD and Pullman. Okay? That is how he got pulled into this case. Now, whether or not his professor liked him or not, or some of the allegations that were going around at the time, could it be perhaps, we are speculating here, alleged that the professor said to somebody that he would know in the police department, specifically different individuals, hey, this guy is a little weird. He's got a problem. People have been telling me about him. Maybe he's your guy in my own class. And remember, we talked about Ramsland saying, this guy fooled me. He totally fooled me. How in the world could somebody this intelligent fool me and create these and commit these alleged murders? No possible way. There's no way. That's how you don't just pick somebody's name out of thin air. You don't pick someone's name out of thin air. And they even did a warrant for Kohberger's computer for certain phrases of words like police news, robberies, all these other things that they put in a warrant for. Yet not a single student in Bryan's class called a tip on him, other than the girl who complained to the assistant other TA and basically said that he was not nice to her. And then he found out she was married and just wasn't interested in her, right? He wasn't interested in a married woman. And she was, I don't know, pissed off or whatever you want to say when women get rejected by a man. They were like, oh, vendetta. Right? I mean, if a man pisses you off, and if you've watched the Little Miss Innocent the other day, that's how vindictive women could be if they're not mentally well. Seriously, folks. I'm being serious, okay? I was married into a very good-looking professional guy, and there was this girl that worked with him that would hit on him all the time, even in front of me. And I told her, knock it off. I see what you're doing. Leave my husband alone. She didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. But I will say that you don't just pull somebody's name out of a hat. Oh, I've got the perfect guy that would fit your profile. I think maybe he's been carousing and doing things he shouldn't have. Maybe he's your guy, right? And if they were tailing Kohberger, or he obviously had a scanner, he knew what was going on in the area, he was probably doing private investigations, perhaps. Thinks that he probably, was going to expose the corruption. What if his driving factor to stay in the area would be to expose all the corruption? Remember, he was coming back to take a second quarter, finish the rest of the school year. As a TA, he left his food in his fridge. Most of his apartment was cleaned out, and guys don't usually have a lot of stuff. They don't make things really homey, like per se. And as a busy TA and someone who can't sleep and someone who stargazes and spends their free time, driving around, Can't sleep? I would probably say that he uncovered things he probably shouldn't have in that little town. 25,000 members is not a lot of people in a town, guys. He was for sure smarter than these Timu detectives. I totally agree. It is wild. It is wild. And you know the blood didn't leak from inside. Those were outside injuries. Well, it's possible. It's possible either or. We would never know. There are 106 in the chat, 108 likes. Keep going, guys. Keep hitting that thumbs up. Those redacted senders emails are Bryan's. Yeah, most of them are. It's crazy when you start looking at this case. Don't get a headache. Just put the clues together. It is wild. And like I showed you, Maddie's bedroom, that has never made sense to me. And hopefully you guys will make the connections now. The boulders out front, you would think that they would check the ladder and these samples, not to mention in evidence. So do we, the public, have separate documents? Yeah, so there are forensic documents that came out from the ISP on Halloween 2025. There are other documents at 5 different major websites. There are documents that come in all the time, and there are documents that individuals ask for that come in. So there are a handful of documents. People have tried to make one repository for everything. If you go on Reddit, you might be able to find somebody who has put all this up in the repository, but I'm not sure. Bryan thought he was sweared in and was getting the intern job because he was overqualified compared to the others. They told him, don't get your hopes up. Jinx was a pervert, and he was starting investigating them. Ooh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Wow. They knew Bryan would call him out. Look at his work. Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine the long game is going through all this to prove the corruption and the, oh, can you imagine that? Who knows? They've redacted so much and lied, alleged. Don't need the emails to know he was not into corruption. You don't write about wrongful convictions if you care about them. Absolutely. From all his, justice for all, let's look at, since you bring that up, let's look at all the books again, right? Look at all the books he was reading and studying. Rise of the Warrior Cop, a militarization, I probably just hacked that all up, of America's police forces. Think about Peter Thiel and what they're trying to do. It's wow. Unsafe in an ivory tower. You think you're safe and you're not. If you ever read that book. Mass incarceration on trial. A trial by jury. Why the innocent plead guilty and the guilty go free. You want to watch something wild? Watch Little Miss Innocent. I've been talking about it for a little while. We just did a high-level overview. It is wild how this woman got sentenced to 23 years life. Okay, 23 years life. Little Miss Innocent. And she was, her first trial, 10-2, hung jury. Hung jury. Second trial, what happens? Well, you'll have to watch what happened to Mary Yoder, right? It's Little Miss Innocent is the name of it. It's on Hulu. And I still have questions about this case myself. No spoilers, but if you watched the show earlier in my live stream, this woman was sentenced to 23 years in her second trial for second degree, and she actually walked out of prison. She walked out of prison because of a technicality. She may have committed a murder and walked away, and now she walks among us And she could be your neighbor or somebody's future wife or daughter-in-law, sister-in-law, mother-in-law. And it's just really wild. How long did she serve? Does anybody remember? Well, how long did she serve? Let me see. I want to say 7 years. I can't remember what she said. How long in prison? She was convicted. Yeah, she served 7 years in prison before being released in February 25 after her manslaughter conviction was overturned. She was convicted in January 2018, first-degree manslaughter for the 2015 poisoning death of Dr. Mary Yoder, her ex-boyfriend's mother. She was sentenced to 23 years in prison. 7 years, she maintained her innocence. Boy, it is scary if you watch this girl on video. This was just put out the other day by Spectrum One News. They're evaluating next steps after Kaitlyn Conley's release. It was just put out February 5th, 2025, but it was updated yesterday. I don't know if they're going to officially try to charge her again. Not sure, but it was overturned. I really think the digital evidence sealed her fate, guys. What do you think? This was shocking. It's a bizarre, most bizarre. I watched this the other day. Let's just watch this real quick. I want to show you this. This is crazy. Absolutely wild. This video by a doctor. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I want to show you this video because this blew me away when I saw this.
Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Kaitlyn Conley? She is the topic of the Hulu documentary titled Little Miss Innocent, Passion, Poison, Prison. Just to remember, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, a look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Kaitlyn Conley was born in April 1993 in Secaucus, New York. This small town is about an hour east of Syracuse. Kaitlyn's parents were named Vin and Kathy, and she had 3 younger sisters. In 2011, at her high school graduation party, Kaitlyn met a man named Adam Yoder. The couple became romantically involved and had a toxic on-again, off-again relationship. Adam's mother was a chiropractor named Mary Yoder, who, along with her husband, William Yoder, owned a business called Chiropractic Family Care in nearby Whitesboro, New York. Despite being involved in a tumultuous romantic relationship, both Kaitlyn and Adam worked in the clinic as office managers. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On July 20, 2015, 60-year-old Mary Yoder was scheduled to work a 10-hour shift at her clinic. She arrived at about 8 a.m. The only other employee in the clinic was Kaitlyn Conley. Mary went to visit her mother at lunchtime, returning to the clinic sometime between 1 and 1:30 p.m. At 4:30 p.m., Mary experienced several distressing symptoms, including abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. She went to her house at 6:30 p.m., where she spent most of the evening in the bathroom. At 6:30 a.m. the next day, July 21, Mary was not feeling any better, so her husband, William, drove her to a hospital. They arrived there at about 9:30 a.m. At first, Mary appeared to be stable. The plan was to keep her overnight and conduct a few more tests. Unfortunately, Mary took a turn for the worse. Overnight, she went into cardiac arrest 8 times. On July 22, at 2:54 p.m., Mary Yoder died.
And folks, this was within 48 hours they figured this out. Watch what happens. It's crazy to think that somebody you trusted that could possibly do this to you.
Initially, Mary's death represented a medical mystery. It took the medical examiner's office 2 months to figure out what happened to her. They were surprised to learn that her death was caused by colchicine toxicity. Colchicine is an anti-inflammatory medication used to treat the medical condition gout, which is an inflammation of the joints. Mary did not have gout, and she had no other reason to take colchicine. Furthermore, the quantity of colchicine she had in her system was 15 times the lethal level. The police suspected that Mary was murdered. Here is what they found during the course of their investigation. After Mary's death, her husband William started a romantic relationship with Mary's sister Kathy. This didn't look too good for him, but the police did not think he was involved. Mary Yoder's son Adam, who again was Kaitlyn Conley's occasional lover, attracted some attention. In November 2015, the medical examiner's office received an anonymous letter implicating Adam. The letter claimed that he had fits of rage, and the container of colchicine used in the murder of Mary Yoder was under the front passenger seat of Adam's black 1991 Jeep Wrangler. When the police searched his Jeep, they found the container of the drug exactly where the letter stated. They also found a crumpled receipt for the drug from a California company called Art Chemicals. The receipt contained an email address which included the name Mr. Adam Yoder. This discovery made it seem like Adam was involved. However, the police focused their attention on Kaitlyn Conley and interviewed her several times. During the third interview on December 21, 2015, Kaitlyn admitted that she wrote the anonymous letter implicating Adam. During her final interview on February 5, 2016, Kaitlyn admitted that she purchased prepaid cards at a grocery store. Those cards were used to purchase the colchicine. The email address on the receipt had been accessed from only two places, Kaitlyn's residence and her cell phone. Even though the transaction had been conducted mostly through email, there were two phone conversations between the seller and the buyer. The seller reported that the buyer was a young female. Kaitlyn's DNA was found on the colchicine vial and on the cardboard wrapper that contained the vial. By this point, the police had constructed a theory of the crime. Kaitlyn was upset because her romantic relationship with Adam was over. She wanted to make him suffer by killing his mother and framing him for the murder. On July 20, 2015, Mary and Kaitlyn were both working at the clinic. After Mary left to visit her mother, Kaitlyn entered the kitchen and found Mary's almond milk and protein powder shake. She put the drug in the milk, the protein powder, or both. Mary returned to the clinic, consumed the drug, became sick, and later died. In June 2016, Kaitlyn Conley was charged with second-degree murder. In the state of New York, second-degree murder is similar to what most states call first-degree murder. New York has a narrow definition of first-degree murder, which involves special circumstances not alleged in this case, like murdering a police officer. Kaitlyn's trial took place in April and May of 2017. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict and voted 10-2 in favor of acquittal. A mistrial was declared. Before Kaitlyn could go to trial for a second time, there was a critical development in the case. Adam informed the authorities that Kaitlyn had plugged her phone into his computer near the time when Mary Yoder died. A search of that computer revealed a backup of Kaitlyn's phone.
Which I found really odd because I kept saying, how could this be her phone? But it was on it was on the son's phone. Obviously, she was the girlfriend.
The police found many curious items. Kaitlyn had deleted 6,000 images between the time of the backup and when the police searched her phone after Mary's murder. Some of the deleted images were of websites containing information about various poisons. Kaitlyn had looked at an article titled "Some of the World's Most Toxic Substances" and searched for the term, "What are the most lethal poisons?" Eventually, Kaitlyn became focused on the drug colchicine and even used Mary Yoder's body weight to make a calculation for that drug. Kaitlyn's second trial started in October 2017. For this trial, the jury was allowed to consider the lesser included charge of first-degree manslaughter. On November 6, 2017, Kaitlyn Conley was found not guilty of second-degree murder, but guilty of first-degree manslaughter. She was sentenced to 23 years in prison. Now moving to my analysis. Kaitlyn Conley maintains her innocence, and she has many supporters, including a few of Mary Yoder's relatives. They argue that the real killer could have been either William or Adam, but definitely not Kaitlyn. The state, of course, disagrees. They argue that the evidence against Kaitlyn is overwhelming. This brings me to the question, was Kaitlyn Conley guilty of murder? Let's take a look at the evidence both for and against the idea that she was guilty, starting with the inculpatory factors. Kaitlyn and Adam had an on-again, off-again romantic relationship. After each breakup, Kaitlyn appeared to become more dramatic and reckless. On November 18, 2014, Kaitlyn accused Adam of conducting an assault of a sexual nature against her. She supplied printed images of injuries to her body, allegedly caused by Adam during this attack, but the matching digital images had been taken years earlier.
That was wild. The forensics digital expert on the actual documentary sits there and says, I found these pictures taken years before, and she says it was from a recent attack. This girl, woo.
The police had her call Adam and attempt to get a confession, but Adam did not admit to anything. He accused Kaitlyn of lying. Kaitlyn stopped pursuing the case after this. It seems clear that Kaitlyn falsely accused Adam. After this incident, the couple reconciled, but just a few months before Mary Yoder's murder, they broke up for good. Kaitlyn searched the internet for information about various poisons, including colchicine. She made a calculation using Mary Yoder's body weight. Kaitlyn had the opportunity to poison Mary with the colchicine. Kaitlyn admitted that she wrote the letter implicating Adam. DNA from Kaitlyn was found on the colchicine vial and on the cardboard container for the vial.
Slow.
The email address used to order the poison was accessed from Kaitlyn's residence and from her cell phone. She admitted to purchasing prepaid cards, which were used to buy the colchicine. The company that sold the colchicine said that the buyer had a young female voice. Moving to the exculpatory factors, some people claimed that Mary Yoder's husband was familiar with colchicine. Allegedly, he had used it to grow some type of super marijuana. William was exceptionally smart. He had 2 PhDs, was detail-oriented, and loved murder mysteries. On the day that Mary became sick, William did not work. William had a romantic relationship with Mary's sister right after Mary died. Both William and Adam had access to many of the same areas as Kaitlyn. They had the opportunity to poison Mary with the colchicine. Kaitlyn and Adam separated not long before Mary's murder, but Kaitlyn initiated that breakup. The lethal drug was found in Adam's vehicle. As far as the allegation Kaitlyn made against Adam regarding an assault of a sexual nature, Adam said that he had blacked out from drinking, so he didn't remember what he did. That statement is not exactly the same thing as a denial. Text messages between Kaitlyn and Adam indicated that the volatility in the relationship was partially due to Adam's behavior. Even if Kaitlyn was the one who poisoned Mary, that doesn't mean she intended to kill her. Perhaps Kaitlyn researched lethal doses in order to figure out how to deliver a dose that would not kill Mary, like Kaitlyn wanted to know what the limit was. When considering the evidence, do I believe that Kaitlyn Conley was guilty of murder? Yes, I believe she was guilty of second-degree murder beyond reasonable doubt. Perhaps the various theories about William and Adam motivated the jury to convict Kaitlyn of the lesser charge of first-degree manslaughter. In their minds, there was some uncertainty. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Kaitlyn Conley was self-centered, dramatic, erratic, sadistic, vindictive, petty, immature, impulsive, irresponsible, obsessive, cold, callous, manipulative, deceptive, had a fear of abandonment, falsely believed she was special, had unstable mood, had a sense of entitlement, and was exceedingly creepy. After breaking up with Adam, she wanted to make him pay. Kaitlyn murdered Mary.
He says she was exceedingly creepy. That's kind of what I got when they were showing their interviews. And she was laughing after they asked her if she did this or if she thought that she was a monster. It was horrible the way she was starting to laugh.
Yoder and framed Adam. If she had only committed the murder and not tried to frame him, Kaitlyn would have escaped justice. It was her determination to get revenge that led to her downfall. During both of Kaitlyn's trials, the shortcomings of both William and Adam were exposed. For example, William's romantic relationship with Mary's sister and Adam's unwillingness to relate his consumption of alcohol. During the first trial, the defense vilified William. During the second, they went after Adam. In addition to accusing other people, the defense tried to make Kaitlyn look sweet and innocent, as if there was no way she could possibly carry out a murder. The combined effect of the strategies created doubts among the jury members. Kaitlyn was almost acquitted at her first trial and only convicted of a lesser charge at the second. Ultimately, she could consider herself fortunate. A 23-year sentence is a lot better than life in prison, and Kaitlyn can continue to play the victim. In the Hulu documentary about this case, she claimed that she was targeted and a scapegoat. The fact that so many people continue to believe that William and or Adam were involved in Mary's murder proves that Kaitlyn partially accomplished her goal of wreaking havoc and getting revenge. Now moving to my final thoughts. One lesson that can be learned from this case is that some people find it difficult to recognize patterns of behavior. Perhaps that's what happened to many of the people involved in this case, including the two juries. They failed to see that Kaitlyn engaged in increasingly dramatic behavior in relation to her romance with Adam. She was willing to do anything to hurt him. Another lesson in this case is this: one of the worst possible offenders is a person who is willing to hurt innocent people in order to get revenge. Kaitlyn had her reasons for disliking Adam, but her problem was with him. It had nothing to do with his mother, Mary Yoder.
And I wonder in the IDAHO4, was this about revenge itself by looking at this other case? I feel like someone who had done this crime, or maybe two people, 3 or 4, now that I showed you what I showed you today in the possible more bullet holes, it was an easier weapon to utilize and get away with this crime.
Even so, Kaitlyn carefully planned a murder to kill an innocent bystander. She was so wrapped up in her own selfishness, in her own sense of entitlement, in her own false belief of being special, that harming someone innocent did not trouble her one bit. Everybody in the world existed simply to please Kaitlyn. She could love them, hate them, kill them, frame them, do anything that she wanted to them. One of the most offensive events to Kaitlyn is when people fail to recognize her suffering. By collecting a group of supporters and lying to them repeatedly, Kaitlyn has once again satisfied her primary goal of being the center of attention.
And I honestly don't feel that Bryan Kohberger is any of those hardcore killer attributes. He obviously is intelligent, smart to stay silent. I think we're watching this all play out as it should, and I hope that the house of cards start tumbling down on Moscow. And if either of the Jacks that played a part in this case, those were the 4 people that mentioned DNA under Maddie's nails. So, if you feel that the house of cards will begin to start falling, drop a 1 and come back on Monday, a new month, with a fresh new pair of eyes. We are diving into the book Among the Bros on Tuesday. That is our exclusive club. Our book club will be Among the Bros. I will absolutely hope to see you on Tuesday in that club. And I want everyone to have a safe weekend. I'll keep up on CrimeCon, see what's going on. I will look for any of those videos coming out. Hopefully somebody will stream those. If you see one, tag me. And honestly, there are some people that a lot of people have thought have been involved in this crime that have nothing to do with this crime. It just makes my head spin sometimes when I see that someone, maybe Jack Showalter was the whistleblower. Maybe one of them cooperated and there's another investigation happening. I hope the cards, the house of cards, are truly falling in the IDAHO4 case. We need some closure and those victims need justice. And think about this. A deck of cards only tell part of the story. We see jacks on the table, but who dealt the cards? Who's holding the ace? And what cards haven't been shown already? Whoever has that ace needs to toss it in. Be well, you all. Thank my mods. Love you much. See you Monday.